Good morning, everyone. With the permission of all the dignitaries, I'll start with a quote, rather a few quotes. The roots of a tree are not seen, but they are what make the tree strong. Similarly, our roots in life are what gives us strength and stability. The further you go, the more you realize that the journey is not about reaching the destination alone, but it's also about staying connected to our roots. Stay rooted and don't be afraid to stretch your branches. These quotes are attributed to many authors, with the true source unknown. Nevertheless, it is a wise reminder to us all for staying connected to our roots and allowing us to expand all the horizons and more to come. The greatest lesson from Mother Earth is always to be down to earth. On this note, let us choose this moment to reflect onto our own selves. I request everyone to kindly join their hands and chant Om 3 times. Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya. May we be delivered from darkness to light. Now may I request our Principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir, to invite and usher our honorable dignitaries to kindly grace the occasion by lighting the auspicious lamp. Shri Suresh Malkani ji, Shri Yatindra Malik ji, Dr. Mala Singh, Architect Shri Sandeep Shikre ji, Shri Bhavesh Mehta ji, while the lamp is been lit to dispel the darkness and light knowledge within, let's invoke Goddess Saraswati's blessings by listening to a melodious recital by our students led on the sitar by Miss Jivika, our third year student.
तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा पूजिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः।
I request our Associate Professor Samriddhi Madam to usher the guests on the dais. Thanks to our team of Ms. Jivika. So good morning once again, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, our guests, faculty members, staff, and all our beloved students. On behalf of our VES Trust, the management, the VES College of Architecture governing body, and honorable principal, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you at this august gathering for the Prem Jain Memorial Trust talk in collaboration with IGBC Mumbai chapter and VES College of Architecture. Myself, architect Mandar Dhuri, professor at VES College of Architecture, on behalf of our college, I shall be your host for this event. And now we shall move ahead to a brief introduction of our honorable dignitaries and guests. Allow me to introduce the dignitaries on the dais. Our beloved President, Sri Suresh Malkani ji, President VES, Managing Trustee VESCO. We welcome you, sir. Mr. Yatendra Malik ji is the Executive Secretary, Prem Jain Memorial Trust. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Mala Singh, Chairperson, the IGBC Mumbai chapter, Founder and Director of PEC Greening India. We welcome you, ma'am. Architect Sandeep Shikre ji, Immediate past Chairman of the IGBC Mumbai chapter, Principal Architect Sandeep Shikre Associates Architects. Dr. Professor Anand Achari, our beloved Principal, Member and Secretary at the VESCO, and also our keynote speaker for this talk. We also welcome Mr. Bhavesh Mehta, Core Committee Member of the IGBC Mumbai chapter. We welcome you, sir. I also extend our warm welcome to the respected directors, principals, deans and HODs from various institutes across Mumbai, Maharashtra and our country, and also from our VS campus, who have graced this occasion with their presence physically or online today. A warm welcome also to all our faculty, our students here, participants, as well as those who are in the studios witnessing the live feed of this event. Let's have a big round of applause and extend our deep gratitude to our esteemed guests for gracing this special moment and occasion. Moving ahead, I would request the felicitation team to get ready. May I request Sri Suresh Malkani ji to felicitate our dignitaries. I would request Suresh sir to felicitate our guest Sri Yatendra Malik ji. Yatendra Malik ji, Secretary, Executive Secretary of the Prem Jain Memorial Trust. Now I would request Sri Suresh Malkani ji to felicitate Dr. Mala Singh. Mala Madam. Chairperson IGBC Mumbai chapter, Founder and Director of the PEC Greening India. I further request Shri Suresh Malkani ji sir to felicitate architect Sandeep Shikre ji. Principal architect at the Sandeep Shikre Architect Associates, Mumbai, and also the immediate past chairman of the IGBC Mumbai chapter. I further request Sri Suresh Malkani ji sir to felicitate Sri Bhavesh Mehta ji. May I now request our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari ji, sir, to felicitate Shri Suresh Malkani ji, our President, VES and Managing Trustee, VESCOA. And now I further request Shri Suresh Malkani ji, sir, to felicitate our principal, Dr. Professor Anand Achari ji. Thank you, Malkani sir. We warmly welcome you all. And this round of applause, I would request everyone to have a round of applause, is an expression of our deepest gratitude once again. We welcome you all warmly. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to proceed to the first row and grace the seats, please. We thank our volunteer team. Going further, nurturing the seeds of sustainability within each of us, so we may blossom into a generation that walks gently upon this earth, honoring her wisdom and embracing her gifts. These words are an attempt to bring to our hearts the essence of this very unique collaboration of three beautiful entities: the PJMT, Prem Jain Memorial Trust, the IGBC Mumbai chapter, and our Institute VS College of Architecture. Taking the proceedings ahead, let's introduce ourselves to the wonderful Prem Jain Memorial Trust. May I request you all to join us at this very succinct introduction through a film screening.
With rampant urbanization, environmental degradation, and grave consequences of climate change, an overall path correction has become imperative to the existence of all living forms on Earth. Should we continue with the abuse of our precious natural resources? Should we use technology and innovation to conserve them? Can we reduce energy usage with a mindful approach or renewable sources? Dr. Prem Jain anticipated many such challenges we are facing today way back in the 70s. Over half a century of dedication and tireless efforts, he thought and spoke a language that was way ahead of its time. His passion and commitment to his Janmabhoomi and to his own mother ran equally deep.
From the earliest childhood, it will be plain with me that truth will always win, but we must cultivate gentle. She also gave us the love for all living human, living creatures, trees and plants, the message of non-violence. And ever since my childhood, I have always respected that all life forms are equally important.
The last 10 years saw the culmination of his efforts by remarkably shaping the green movement in India, and his countless admirers began to refer to him as father of green buildings in India. The green revolution he started is the foundation of his legacy. In 2018, Prem Jain Memorial Trust was conceived to carry on his mission and founded upon his values, ideals and vision of a greener Bharat. Today, the Trust enjoys guidance of the best minds of the industry, champions of sustainability, corporate change makers and academicians. PJMT is set on its journey to create, establish and maintain sustainability directions through education, recognition and rewards that nurture future generations.
The best gift you can give to the person is education or her. But then, wherever they are, they will be able to earn and flourish in life.
Each year begins with the Harit Prem Bharat Mahotsav, a week-long celebration of sustainability, and our annual flagship event, Prem Jain Memorial Trust. The Trust organizes a spectrum of green initiatives which fill the week of January 26th, Dr. Jain's birthday week. The Mahotsav is celebrated across the country with immense enthusiasm by Green Crusaders and our partner institutions through an array of sustainability-driven initiatives and activities. Having deep roots with Indian Green Building Council, the Trust has worked in tandem with IGBC and its chapters. PJMT takes great pride in partnering with esteemed partner societies, corporate leaders and premier universities across India, working closely with the common mission of creating a greener earth through the year. The Trust is a catalyst for sustainable research and development, sharing innovations and creating a global platform for exchange of thoughts and ideas to nurture future green ambassadors. PJMT has organized more than 300 green initiatives during Harit Prem Bharat Mahotsav in association with its esteemed partner societies, corporates and institutions across India, and arranged over 300 online sessions by distinguished speakers and industry change makers on sustainable built environment, with participation of more than 5,000 students and working professionals. At this edition of Harit Prem Bharat Mahotsav, we invite you to join this green revolution, to build a brighter tomorrow and change the world we will leave behind for our children. If we can change the way we think about buildings, maybe what we build will change the world.
Most insightful introduction. I'm sure we are all honored to be a part of this initiative. It's now time to connect ourselves with the key aspects of this talk. To make us do exactly this and much more, it's my honor to first introduce and also bring to the forum our keynote speaker for the talk, Dr. Professor Anand Achari. He has been working as an architect in India and teaching students of graduate and postgraduate courses in architecture from the past 25 years. Graduate students at various colleges of architecture for the past 25 years, alongside practicing green building certification in India from the past 2 decades. He has certified many buildings under US GBC, the IGBC, GRIHA, along with having the following credentials: IGBC accredited professional, the Griha trainer, Edge auditor and expert, and ECBC master trainer. He is currently a USGBC faculty. He is a FIIA or fellow at Indian Institute of Architects and member of the World Society of Acoustics, Greece. He completed his doctoral program from IIT Bombay with Climate Studies Department. He is currently the principal of VES College of Architecture, Chembur, Mumbai. He is also an executive committee member with various organizations such as the IIA Navi Mumbai, the Maharashtra Association of Schools of Architecture, also known as MASA, and also the core committee member of the IGBC Mumbai chapter. Sir, we welcome you here to grace the dais. It's an honor to hear from you. Looking forward now over to Dr. Professor Anand Achari ji.
Hari Om, Namaste to each and everyone, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues who are sitting here, principals who are attending offline and also viewing it from online at various institutes across India. We have live streamed this event so that many students who cannot attend will be able to watch. Students and friends, I welcome you all to this initiative which has been taken by PJMT and IGBC. VESCO is very honored to host this year's 7th Harit Prem Bharat Mahotsav. I, as principal of VESCO, in absolute privilege to stand before you as a keynote speaker for this seminar. I thank Mr. Malik ji and Mala ji, Dr. Mala, for collaborating with VESCO and giving this opportunity. Today we embark on a journey of exploration, a journey that dwells into the heart of sustainable design and its profound impacts on our planet and its inhabitants. We stand at a critical juncture in human history where the consequences of our actions are becoming increasingly evident. Climate change, resource depletion, and rapid urbanization are no longer a distinct threat. They are realities that demand our immediate attention. In the face of these challenges, initiatives like PJMT emerges as a beacon of hope, illuminating the path towards more sustainable future. The visionary challenge organized by PJMT is in collaboration with young leaders and other organizations, seeks to engage a diverse audience in a meaningful dialogue about sustainability. We invite architects, students to develop innovative and sustainable design solutions that harmonize with these nature, creating built environment that are not only functional or aesthetically pleasing, but about environmentally responsible and social inclusiveness. It is the need of the hour. This endeavor is significantly strengthened by the presence and active involvement of Indian Green Building Council and India's premier certifying body and a leading voice in the global green building movement. IGBC has been instrumental in driving sustainable practices in the built environment with a pan-India presence and remarkable footprint of 12.3 billion square foot across 14,500 projects. IGBC has positioned India as the second country with the largest Green India footprint globally. Their commitment to creating a sustainable built environment for all is truly commendable, and we should give leaders like Sandeep Shikre, Malaji, who is leading this a cheer round that we have reached this stage and country is getting recognized on a global footprint. IGBC influence extends beyond national borders with their active participation in the World Green Building Council and discussions at global platform. Their efforts is in facilitating over 90% of the green buildings in India and certifying about 5,800 plus projects showcase their dedication to transforming the Indian construction landscape. The collaboration between educational institute and organizations like PJMT and IGBC is crucial in mainstreaming sustainable practices and fostering a generation of environmental conscious architects and engineers. The need of sustainable building has never been more urgent. The built environment accounts to a significant portion of global energy consumption and greenhouse emission. Our cities are expanding at an unprecedented rate, placing immense pressure on natural resource and ecosystem. As architects, designers, engineers, we have a crucial role to play in mitigating these impacts. We are shapers of the built environment, the creators of space where people live, work, interact. Our decisions have far-reaching consequences impacting not only the present but also the future generations. PJMT and IGBC encourages us to adopt a transdisciplinary approach integrating principles of environmental science, engineering and social responsibility into our design process. At VESCO, we are committed towards creating these sustainable human habitat, fostering the culture of sustainability among our students. That's the vision and mission of VESCO. We believe that sustainability is not merely a subject to be taught, but a way of life to be embraced. Our teaching methods integrate sustainability aspects across various disciplines, from architectural design to technology to design theory and environmental science. We encourage our students to think critically about environment, social aspects, economic aspects, implications on design decisions. We provide them with opportunities to engage in hands-on project, research initiatives, and community outreach programs, and that promote sustainable practices. Our students have been we have a green club which has been extensively working throughout across years, the last year and in the future on various campaigns supporting this movement like waste segregation, energy conservation, plantation drives, World Environment Day celebrating World Habitat Day, cleanliness drive, water conservation, water reduction and management, and reduction in plastic and e-waste, and many more things. These initiatives are not merely extracurricular activities, they are integral part of our education philosophy. We believe that by instilling a sense of environmental responsibility in our students, we are empowering them to become these future leaders. Sustainability beyond just an act, encouraging as a way of life. While we commemorate special days and various issues taken up it is imperative that we integrate sustainable practices in our everyday life. Sustainability is not just one-time event, like an event you attend today and it's done. It's about making sure you question your profession, your daily life, your daily aspects you take care into. It's a continuous journey that requires our constant attention and commitment. It's only that these days, these events are just a remembrance for you that I should not forget from my track which I have taken. So please, we request every student, young generation to take this up as part of their way of life. We must adopt a holistic approach to sustainability, incorporating in our personal and professional lives. This means making conscious choices in our consumption habits, supporting businesses that prioritizes sustainability and advocating for policies that promote environmental protection. It means questioning the current status, challenging the conventional practices, and seeking innovative solution that minimizes the impact on the planet. As an architect and educator, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of sustainable design. I have seen how buildings can be designed harmonized with nature, providing comfortable and healthy living spaces while minimizing the environmental footprint. There is a growing awareness among the students also and young professionals about the importance of sustainability. They are eager to learn about sustainable design principles and apply them at their work. It's we as institutions who have to push and guide them and encourage and motivate them. However, we have to recognize that we have a long way to go. The challenges we are facing are complex, multifaceted, and requiring collaborative efforts from all stakeholders. It cannot be driven from a single organization. Collaboration is the future. We must work together to create a built environment that is resilient, equitable, and sustainable. We must embrace innovation, challenge conventional thinking, and strive for continuous improvement. Let us pledge today to make sustainability as an integral part of our lives, both personally and professionally. Let us be the generation that turns the tide on climate change and creates a more sustainable future. To conclude, this PJMT talk and IGBC serves as a powerful reminder to our collective responsibility to protect our planet. It calls us to embrace the principles of sustainable designs and create built environment that's in harmony with the nature. With the support and guidance of organizations like IGBC and PJMT, we can accelerate the green building movement in India and contribute to a global paradigm shift towards sustainable development. At VESCO, we are proud to be part of the important initiative, and thanks to both the organization to host this event at VESCO. I, as a principal of VESCO and core committee member of IGBC, is committed to nurture a culture of sustainability among our students, faculty, and the fraternity in collaboration, empowering them to become leaders in the field of sustainable design. Let us all join in the noble endeavor, working together to create a world where sustainability is not just a concept but way of life. I welcome all the young generations in the auditorium watching live across the country for this 7th Harit Prem Bharat Mahotsav with this theme of down to earth, organized in collaboration with these to join this movement of sustainability. Thank you all. Namaskar.
Thanks a lot to you, Anand sir, for bringing us to this immaculate point of connection with your precise and insightful wisdom. With this, I'm sure our audience, here as well as online, will stay rooted to the purpose of this wonderful session, which is to follow suit. And now, let us be introduced to our esteemed guest, who represents the IGBC Mumbai chapter, and with the kind of energy and passion that she ensures through her conversations, which we have witnessed before, we are sure to get along firmly with this essence of this talk today. Allow me to firstly introduce to you Dr. Mala Singh. Dr. Mala Singh is the chairperson of the IGBC Mumbai chapter. She represents various global and national institutions and associations as board advisor in the capacity of the chair and co-chair to do the leadership of sustainability. She has aspirations to transform new and existing built environments into green, sustainable and climate resilient environments. She has been playing a very proactive role in green education by sensitizing all kinds of stakeholders of the society. She is a moderator, a keynote speaker and a panelist in various national and global seminars and conferences. Madam, we welcome you today here. Do grace the dais. It's an honor to hear from you. Looking forward. Over to Dr. Mala Singh.
नमस्कार। तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में पहले बात करना चाहूँगी क्योंकि डॉक्टर जैन जिनके याद में ये महोत्सव हम सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, जब भी वो बात करते थे तो मुझे कुछ याद आ रहा है। वो हमेशा पहले नमस्कार और हिंदी में संबोधन करना पसंद करते थे अपनी राष्ट्रीय भाषा में। आई होप यू डोंट माइंड। सो फिर हम टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन की तरफ भी जाएंगे। सो जैसा कि आनंद जी ने अभी बताया कि आज का जो ये प्रोग्राम है ये एक महोत्सव है, हरित प्रेम भारत महोत्सव। तो जब ये 3 शब्द आप सुन सकते हैं, हरित, when you define green, when you define sustainability, prem, which defines love also, but which also memorizes our beloved late Shri Dr. Prem C. Jain, and Bharat, which reminds us the vision of our Honorable Dr. Shri Prem Jain. बिकॉज़ उनका एक सपना था, जब भी मैं उनसे बात करती थी या हम सबको जब भी वो संबोधन करते थे, किसी भी उनकी अध्यक्षता में जब भी कोई मीटिंग होती थी तो हमेशा वो यही विज़न प्रस्तुत करते थे कि हमारा भारत कैसा होना चाहिए। और ये ग्रीन भारत, जब हम ग्रीन भारत की बात करें तो ग्रीन भारत पूरी दुनिया में जिसका नाम हो और पूरी दुनिया में वो लीडरशिप करे ग्रीन बिल्डिंग मूवमेंट में, ये उनका एक बहुत बड़ा सपना था। और वही सपने को हम सब यहाँ एकत्रित हैं। CII IGBC जो कि उनका ही एक फाउंडेशन जो कि डॉक्टर जैन ने ही रखी थी, इसीलिए उनको हम फादर ऑफ द ग्रीन बिल्डिंग भी कहते हैं। फादर ऑफ ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के अलावा हम उनको ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का भीष्म पितामह भी कहते हैं। आई डोंट नो तुम बच्चों में से कौन भीष्म पितामह के बारे में जानते होंगे, पर महाभारत के बाद में सुना होगा तो शायद कहीं ना कहीं तुम लोग लिंक कर सकते हो। बट ये शब्दावली और ये चीज़ें हमको याद कराती हैं कि इस तरह के जो लेजेंड्स जो हमारी लाइफ में आते हैं और कुछ ना कुछ इस तरह की हमें प्रेरणा दे के चले जाते हैं, खुद चले जाते हैं, पर हमें इस तरह की प्रेरणा दे जाते हैं, इस तरह की आगे के लिए एक हमें रास्ता दिखा देते हैं, जो रास्ता हमें तय करना है। लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं कि आप अपनी अपनी ज़िंदगी में जो भी हम उसके अंदर अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकते हैं किसी भी लेवल से, चाहे मैं किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को रिप्रेजेंट करूं, एज एन इंडिविजुअल मैं कुछ भी धरती के लिए या कुछ सोसाइटी के लिए काम करूं, और एज ए कम्युनिटी रिप्रेजेंटर कुछ करूं, तो ये सारी चीज़ें हमारे जो ये लेजेंड लोग जो हमें इस तरह की प्रेरणा दे जाते हैं, उसी तरह से डॉक्टर प्रेम सी जैन ने जो हमें प्रेरणा दी, उन्होंने ग्रीन बिल्डिंग मूवमेंट को इंडिया में एस्टैब्लिश किया, मतलब उसकी उन्होंने एक नींव रखी। तो मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूँगी कि CII IGBC में 2001 में जब पहली बिल्डिंग बनी हैदराबाद में, जिसको आप सब जानते होंगे, आपके दिमाग में भी आता होगा, जब भी हम ग्रीन बिल्डिंग मूवमेंट की बात करते हैं तो आपको शरारजी गोदरेज बिजनेस सेंटर की बिल्डिंग की पिक्चर दिमाग में आती होगी। आप गूगल भी करके देख लेंगे तो आपको वही बिल्डिंग दिखेगी। वो इंडिया की, हमारे भारत की सबसे पहली ग्रीन बिल्डिंग है, प्लैटिनम सर्टिफाइड भी कह सकते हैं, बट आज के डेट में वो इंडिया की पहली नेट ज़ीरो ग्रीन बिल्डिंग भी है, जो इतनी ऊर्जा पैदा भी करती है, कम भी करती है, और इतनी पैदा भी करती है जिससे जितनी वो कंज्यूम करती है उससे ज़्यादा ग्रीन पावर वो जनरेट करती है बिल्डिंग। सो थोड़ा सा ये कंटेक्स्ट में सेट करना चाहती थी कि डॉक्टर जैन का हमारी ज़िंदगी में किस तरह की उनकी प्रेरणा हमें आगे बढ़ने के लिए, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग मूवमेंट को प्रोग्रेस करने के लिए हमें हमेशा प्रेरणा देती रही है और आज भी दे रही है। तो इसलिए मैं अपने भाषण को थोड़ा ज़्यादा फॉर्मल नहीं करना चाहती थी, मैं अपने दिल की बात आपसे बताना चाहती थी। बिफोर आई शो यू माई टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन अबाउट अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट, मैं एक चीज़ और भी बताना चाहूँगी जो आनंद जी ने अभी आपको क्लाइमेट के बारे में बताया। आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो हियर दैट व्हाट आर अवर 9 प्लानिटरी बाउंड्रीज। एनीबडी कैन टेल मी प्लीज? 9 प्लानिटरी बाउंड्रीज ऑफ द मदर अर्थ। क्योंकि हम सब ये जो बातें करते हैं, ग्रीन, sustainable development, energy efficiency, sustainability, all these things are very, buzzword nowadays. तो इसके पीछे जो सबसे बड़ा कारण क्या है, क्यों हम ये बात कर रहे हैं, क्यों हमने बिल्डिंग के आगे ग्रीन जोड़ा, क्यों हमने प्रोडक्ट के आगे ग्रीन ऐड किया, क्यों? क्या सिर्फ बिल्डिंग काफ़ी नहीं था, प्रोडक्ट काफ़ी नहीं था? कोई बता सकता है मुझे? कोई भी, any of student or faculty members, what you think about that? Why it is needed? Why it's so desperate need nowadays? So let me tell you, when I'm talking in the context of planetary boundaries, these 9 boundaries, let me tell you, 7 boundaries have been we have already crossed. Only 2 boundaries are left. Please Google it, you will find the context about that. So these boundaries specify your biodiversity, these boundaries specify your land use patterns, they define about your endangered species, it defines about multiple facets of which is required to become livable on the Mother Earth and what you need as a human being. How many of you know about Earth Overshoot Day? Anybody has heard about that? Earth Overshoot Day. Please just Google it again, okay? In 2023, okay, there was on 22nd of July, there was a Earth Overshoot Day. So that means whatever natural resources were available on the Mother Earth, on this planet, to look into the needs and requirements of human beings, we have already vanished that. Now it's surplus, okay? So why we need this sustainable development, why we need this sustainability, why we need this green? Now I think you got the answer. How many you have understood? We got the answer now? Because we cannot have a building which doesn't have green. We cannot talk about any product which is not responsible, which is not low carbon. So now we have to be very responsible, considering all these scenarios. I will not talk about tragedies because of climate change, global warming. These concepts are very much in. You know, you should know about it. You should know, you need to take a deep dive into that. When you do look, you look into the research aspects. Because whatever you do in your life as an academician, as a professional, these things are very, very important, very much connected to your life. Because if you see the today program, the topic is what? It's a down to earth. And when you represent anybody, you say, oh, that person is very down to earth. So that means he's connected to roots. This reminds us how we can connect ourselves to the roots. So means whatever Mother Earth has blessed us with natural resources, biodiversity, water to drink, healthy air to breathe. So what we have done to our Mother Earth, and the consequences, it is not only Mother Earth is going to face. It is who? We are going to face, right? You remember that in just last month, There was a big fire in LA, Los Angeles in US. So that is just one jhalki, you may face such issues in future in various countries. I belong to Himachal. I'm born and brought up in very small town which is Mandi before Kullu Manali. I'm from Himalayas. So I know the such consequences even we are facing there also. A lot of landslides and multiple issues in last 2 years we have faced there also. Why? Because when we don't look into responsible development as an integral part of our overall development agenda. This is what we are talking about green. This is what we are talking about green product. This is what we are talking about sustainable development, which we call in Hindi also Shashwat Vikas. So now, when CII, IGBC and with PJMT and Vivekanand College, we are doing this program, have we understood the meaning of green building? That what is the building green? What is green building? Anybody can raise hand and tell me? Just what you feel that, what is green building? Because my presentation is, above the level, it is about net zero. Net zero comes into the picture unless you don't understand the principles, green principle, foundation of green principles as a green building. Understanding of those aspects are very, very important. Then we can talk about net zero. That's the achievement. That's the excellence. Anybody can tell me what is a green building? Anyway, so it's my humble responsibility to educate you, to give you awareness. When in CII IGBC, very simple definition of green building, okay? A green building is a building which consumes less water, which saves energy, which also gives you better daylighting, better air, which gives you better productivity, very good environmental quality. This is a very simple definition, but we correlate this green building aspect with the 5 elements of Mother Earth. My dear students, are you aware with what are those 5 elements of Mother Earth? Because today we are talking about down to earth. Are you aware about Panchbhutas? Have you heard when you do yoga? Yeah, what are those 5 elements? Just one. Tell me one at least. Water, very good. Yes, anything else? Yes. I need 5. Ether, okay, that represents Mother Earth. Anything else? Okay, so let me just correlate these 5 elements of Mother Earth, which we call Panchbhutas in Indian mythology, okay? So when we talk about fire, so in green building, what we address? We address energy. So when we set up this correlation, fire and energy, so then it is Agni, right? So that is one element of this Panchbhutas. So when we talk about water, somebody said water, right? Because our body is made up of water, right? Maximum is the water. So when we talk about water, so we represent as a jal, which comes from the fresh resources of Mother Earth, we get that water. So when we say water, jal, so then we address water conservation in the green building. So how we optimize water usages in the design, in operation. This is how we address that concept of Panchbhuta with the green building. Okay? Third is, when we talk about Vayu, like Nab, Akash, and Vayu and Akash, both Nab and Akash. So when we address Vayu and Akash, that means we are addressing ventilation aspects in the building, that whenever we are in a building, how comfortably we can breathe. So as an architect, when you design the building, how do you address this particular concept of ventilation? So that define that, right? And when I'm talking about Akash, I'm also trying to address here the need of good daylight. So very, very important aspect is the daylight as well, Surya ki roshni. Because that only doesn't take care of your health and wellness, but also it is reducing energy consumption, your artificial lighting loads. This is what you address. And the 5th element is Dhara, Bhumi. What it represents? it represents biodiversity, which represent wherever you are doing a development as a decision maker, as a developer, or as an architect, you are designing the building, how do you address your important aspects of your dhara, bhumi, like how do you see the soil quality, how do you see the water hydrology of that particular site, how do you see the existing trees and its life, how do you see that you can protect that, you can transplant that, or if you cut any tree, so how many you can do more sapling just to compensate that. So all these things have the synergy with green building. Then if you look into the benefits of green building, that is another concept. So first we talk why we need green building, what is green building, and what is its correlation with the Panchbhutas. We discussed that. The next thing comes the benefits of green buildings. So when I'm talking about the benefits, there are tangible benefits and intangible benefits. What could be the tangible benefits? Anybody can tell me? What could be the tangible benefits? Simple. We talk about electricity. We may have cost saving through electricity saving, right? Because it comes with some cost. You pay some money, right? And definitely water, you again buy water, maybe tanker water in cities, or maybe you are tapping it through a bore well or whatever. It comes with some cost, right? So those are the tangible benefits where you have some commercial aspects in place, and how do you optimize that? So that's the direct benefit in your pocket, right? Tangible. And when I'm talking about intangible, intangible means it could be your health and wellness, and it could be to your nation, it could be your state, region where you are, like suppose we are in Maharashtra, and suppose I'm in Mumbai, so I'm making a building green. So how do I do the value addition to my city? By adding green spaces within that building, through vertical gardens, on Mother Earth, whatever. So finally the benefit is not going to within that boundary of building, but the benefit is also going to my city. So there is always a correlation of benefit. So when I'm saying benefit, it's not always in forms of commercial, the money. It is something which has a larger impact on the community, and you are also looking into the needs of your future generations. And you are also mitigating the impacts of climate change and global warming. So now I'll show you a few slides here. Let's talk now net zero. Now you have understood green building. Have you heard about it? कहाँ से सुना है? आर्यभट्टा से सुना है जीरो? कहाँ से सुना है? What is zero? Net zero? बहुत बात हो रही है भाई आजकल net zero media everywhere. We talk about net zero. Our government talks about net zero. Are you aware with the COP26, COP27, COP28? Are you aware about that? How many people know about it? 2 people. Please do read all those things. These are very important. I'm not talking about here Mr. Trump. I'm talking about here the countries who have committed. In COP26, 190 countries have come together to do this, to create some solution related agenda to reduce the carbon emissions. And those countries have signed some commitment. So that those countries, some country has said that my country would be net zero by 2050. Some country said my country would be net zero by 2070. Do you know what India has given the commitment? Our country? Yeah, very good. 2070. And who gave this commitment? Who represented? Our PM, yes, Prime Minister. He gave this commitment of 2070 that India would be net zero by 2070. Now let me tell you, do you know the concept of net zero? How we are going to contribute in that? Is Modi ji is doing himself? Or the entire community needs to participate? What do you feel? Everybody has to participate? right? Each one of us who's sitting here, because you people are carrying the knowledge and becoming professional, maybe in 1 year, 2 year, and how you contribute yourself with this particular agenda and feel that, how would you contribute in that? Very, very important. So let me tell you, this is, in the picture you can see IGBC's mission on net zero for buildings and built environment. Okay? And I am very glad that our architect Sandeep ji, who is sitting here, he is the chairman of these ratings, especially the net zero carbon. So he has played a vital role, you know, in formulating those standards. I'm not, okay. So basically we have spoken about, Anand ji has already spoken about that in India we were having one building in 2001, then today we have more than, now it's around 13 billion green buildings. So green building journey is a different story, that is a continuous journey. But when we are talking net zero, how IGBC is contributing to support this national mission, let's talk about that, and how the stakeholders have participated and their journey I would like to share with you in next 10 or 15 minutes. So basically, when we talk about net zero, so when we are talking about a national agenda of 2070, so it is not just building, it's about entire built environment. And when we say built environment, so we are addressing both the development, micro and macro level both. So here we are addressing infrastructure, your landscaping, your public spaces, your green power usages, at city level, at country level. So we are addressing all those agendas. How many of you know here what is Panchamrit of our Honorable Prime Minister? Because when he committed into in COP26, that India would be net zero by 2070. So he established a strategy also for that. Because you take a commitment, you take pledge, unless you don't have a strategy in place, you don't have some commitments, how would you achieve that commitment? Always, anything you consider in your life, whenever you look into the management goals, always it is about commitment, then strategy, then you have a execution strategy, and then you continuously monitoring and resource allocation, other stuff comes into the picture as a complete management portfolio to achieve that target, right? So Panchamrit, can somebody tell me please, what is those Panchamrits? एक तो बता दीजिए मुझे. Very nice, this is a one of that, very good. We can give a clap to you because you are the only one. Yeah. So when we talk about Panchamrit, let me tell you, if you see the statistics of 2023, so entire world we were having 40 billion tons per carbon, you know, the footprint, the gigatons carbon footprints we had worldwide, which includes agriculture carbon emission also and development carbon emission also. So when Modi ji has taken this agenda, so he has developed this Panchamrits, where he has spoken about that how we are going to reduce carbon emissions intensity in our country by 2030. He set a target that how we can reduce that carbon intensity by 50%. He also set up a target of that how we will enhance the usage of renewable energy. So when I'm talking about renewable energy, I think you know that what is renewable energy, right? You know what is renewable energy? Okay, which comes from the clean sources of power, like solar, wind, or any bio. It would be any typology, right? So if you see the target of Panchamrita was 500 gigawatt by 2030. So most of the statistics, if you see, more than 60 or 70% we have already achieved. So that way we are doing very well, okay? But if you look into the carbon emission strategy, somewhere we need to work hard. The reason I'll tell you. We as an Indian, you know, we always think that we have a large population, but we think that our carbon emissions are very less if we compare it with the developed countries. But the hard fact is that 60% of India is yet to build. So that means our carbon emissions are going to increase. Because our carbon emissions, because 60% of India is yet to build. Now imagine, you imagine Mumbai. You imagine all those projects, SRA schemes, redevelopment. I think most of the buildings are going for redevelopment, a lot of slum rehabilitation schemes. So imagine that how much resources you are going to utilize, how much steel you need, how much cement you need, how many, you imagine that when you are doing construction, you are going to use all these resources from the Mother Earth. कहाँ से आएंगे? When I told you about Earth Overshoot Day. So that means we don't have any option. We have to think about a sustainable approach. We need to move towards net zero objectives. It becomes must. Because हमारे पास कल को वो टैपिंग ही बंद हो जाएगा source of resources. How would you do the development? अभी तो अच्छा लग रहा है. अरे wow, in Mumbai is going to become Shanghai. We are doing development, everything. But from where the resources will come? This is what net zero, green building approach becomes very important. So I think here, this is just a simple IGBC, how IGBC thinks about it. So IGBC, Modi ji has said by 2070, but in IGBC CII, we have set our vision by 2050. And we have already signed the agreement with World Green Building Council. And there are more than 100 signatories in India from the corporates or various educational institutions, professional organizations who have signed the agreement with IGBC to promote this net zero movement in our country to support our national agenda of this Panchamrit as well as the net zero. So very important 4 aspects are being addressed when we talk about net zero. What is that? Now you see, if you open the website of IGBC, you will see these 4 new rating systems have been added. How many of you know about that? Oh, very good. Some of you know that, but let me tell you, in IGBC, in totality, there were 32 rating systems. We don't have just one SOP, one standard system, but we have a 32 rating system which has so many typologies which address the regional priorities, which address the local bylaws. This is what the local climate and the typology of building, very specific to the typology of building. Suppose you have a warehouse, we have a rating. Suppose you have a temple, we have a rating. Suppose you have a hospital, we have a rating. So these ratings have been designed keeping in the mind the typology of development. So apart from these 32 rating system, within this 32 portfolio, we have these 4 rating system. So what we call these rating system? Net zero energy. The firstly, we introduce net zero energy, then net zero water, then net zero waste. And the 4th one, the most important, that is net zero carbon. So now you understood these 4 standards are very, very important in the now, I think, global context as well as in the Indian context. Very important when you want to build or design net zero buildings. So this gives you a lot of insight about how to build that way. So I'll take you, it's not working. So basically, when we talk about carbon, it's a whole life cycle approach. Whenever we talk about carbon, I'll talk you. So this is just in general, like when we have introduced these ratings, and in these ratings, you can see that these ratings are very comprehensive, but they are very user friendly, and you can go through the website also. This is very important. I will just show you now important slides. You have the another mic, because I want to be, it's not visible properly here. It's okay, okay. I'll manage. So this is very important slide. So generally what you feel when we talk about net zero energy, You must be thinking that, okay, if I have a, let us say 1 megawatt energy connected load, okay, and if I just install a solar plant of 1 megawatt, I become net zero. You feel like that? Yeah. So actually it is not the case. It is not the case. When we talk about net zero energy building, we see that first principle is always to optimize the energy usages. So how we give the weightage, you can see 75% weightage to the efficiency. So if I talk about water, I talk any aspect of natural resources we use in the building to design and construct, we always give most weightage to the first principle, okay, which is efficiency. So how we could achieve that efficiency? By optimizing, right? By optimizing the usages. So what are your strategies for that? How would you optimize that? How as an architect you would design that? That matters. So how would you design a sustainable design? When you look into the passive approach, you look into the active approach, both. So passive design approach plays a very, very important role. So architects are sutradhar. Architects are they are founding you, they are creating a foundation of that building would become sustainable, that can easily can become net zero. If your building has that specific aspect of optimization process. So how would you see your passive design? How would you reduce your artificial load? How would you design it in a way that you have maximum amount of daylight, you have good ventilation? So you need less active electromechanical equipments. This is what the role of architects to achieve the targets and objectives of net zero. That's my message here. Okay, and 25% weightage we give to the tapping to the clean energy resources. So when I'm saying clean energy resources, it could be solar, it could be wind, it could be bio, but generally in the urban context, because you have a very small roof, so whatever the solar panel you can put on your roof, that helps, of course. But becoming net zero, you need to tap the green power from the offset resources as well, which becomes very important. So would you understand on-site and off-site when I'm talking? Can you raise your hand, please? When I'm saying on-site, renewable energy usages in a building, and off-site, would you understand that difference? Okay, let me tell you. So on-site is what you generate on the roof of the building, or if you're having big master plan and you have the places where you can put solar panel, you have infrastructure, amenities, lot of roofs, lot of green area where you could generate solar, so that would be within your boundary. So that's on-site roof, like solar generation or renewable energy tapping. Within your boundary, what you are generating, that is on-site, okay? And off-site is what? What you are tapping from third party, from some other source, okay? Like, it could be in many ways. So I will not go in detailing because I need another one day to talk on those things. But that, I'm just giving you a hint. When you do on-site, so it could be net metering, it would be virtual tapping. So if it is off-site, it could be a third-party agreement, it can be an open access policy. And you can purchase green power also. Let me give you an example, like I have a flat in Goregaon. So I am tapping green power. So I just pay some 400, 500 rupees extra in terms of units monthly, 66 paisa per unit. And I get a certificate every month that I'm using green power. So that is also another way of, how you become more responsible and how would you give importance to such sort of strategies when you talk about green power or renewable energy. Okay? So this is the, I think this is the complete essence of how you can become net zero energy. So I told you that pyramid approach, right? So passive, active. So as a designer, as an architect, you can play a very important role. Then when it comes to the active, engineering team plays a role. So it's very important, first you reduce, optimize your consumption through passive approach. Then whatever left part is, then through active approach, how do you look into the green supply chain? Which becomes very important, like how would you select the technologies, which is B-star rated, 5-star rated, 4-star rated, or which are very performance-oriented technologies where you can save the energy. So how intelligently you do the procurement process. That becomes very important essence of active strategy. So combination of passive and active, that takes you towards your net zero goals you can achieve. This is what you need to give a thought process. Once you are designing a building, please look into the first principle, that's the passive. Then you look into the active. Your engineering team will take care of that. So I will not go in the rating. You can go through the website and look into the what are the mandatory points and additional points. So I will just take you through directly now. Just 1 minute. Some case studies I'll show you. So net metering, I have already spoken about. What is net metering? For example, you have a solar energy plant on your roof. So for example, you don't have captive use in your building. It's a residential building. So automatically, your Tata Power or Reliance will give you a approval or consent. They will take those units and you can get a bill, electricity bill. They will subtract those amount of units in terms of cost. So that is a net metering system, okay? And purchasing green power is a different, where you are paying extra money to the Tata Power or Reliance or Adani, whatever. So that's a different process. It depends what suits to your project. So there are multiple things. I cannot complete all those things. Then off-site, where you are tapping from third party, okay? So this is the overall, like we have 100, overall 100 marks here. So 75% weightage I told you goes to the energy efficiency. So energy simulation plays a very important role here. I was talking to Anand ji in the morning that you have a lot of programs on simulation. So simulation plays a very important role here to understand that how you are optimizing your consumption holistically with a 360-degree approach. So this is what how the things works. And 25% is how you tapping green power. So then you get the net zero energy rating for your projects. So this is, I think, very much in detail. You can go through the website and we can keep a separate program on those things. Yeah, so these are the rating levels: near net zero energy, and net zero energy platinum. Okay, so these are the 3 levels. Like in green building, we have platinum, gold, silver, like that. Similarly, in net zero also you have rating levels. So these are some of the example, like this building I have already spoken about. This is net zero energy building, which has highest points and which has not only the tapping the green power, but also has optimized its energy resources by applying various strategies of building envelope, like various passive and active approach both. So these are some of the corporates in Hinjwadi, Pune. They have already adopted and got these ratings. So these are the key requirement. I have already talked about that actually. So this is similarly we have a water rating based on the same principle. Like there you are tapping green power, here you are tapping green water. And what is green water? Anybody can tell me? Green water is a form of it could be your recycled water, okay? Or it could be your some community asset of water storage asset where you have created a lake or you have created some large pond or something and you are conserving water from rainwater, you are harvesting that, then you are tapping it for your utilities as a community-based initiative. So that's an alternative source of water. So this is again based on the same principle, just like energy, but we are changing energy to water here. So basically the principles are very common. Optimize first, then tapping through alternative, but alternative must be clean. It must be from the source which doesn't create any pollution which doesn't have harm to the environment. It is only when you talk about any alternative source means which is clean and green, which doesn't have bad impact on the environment and biodiversity. So then this is the rating levels again. Here you can see near net zero water, net positive water. You know, we have some projects, maybe sometime we can do a building tour or something for your students, which is net zero water also, that is in Nasik. It's a Grape County project where they have created water assets like 3 lakes. Within a master plan they are conserving all the rainwater. It was a dry land. It is one of the best transformation story I could cover in some program next when we come. So then they have enough water they are serving to the community apart from their project. So they become net zero positive water. Yeah. So these are some of the methodologies. I will not go just like in energy we call EPI, in water we call WPI. So that's the thing. Now I'll take you through waste directly. So wastewater treatment, I told you this is a source of green water when you get the treated water, or rainwater when you conserve, that is also source of green water. I'm taking too much of time to press it actually. So this is again the summary. Out of 100 again, this is the summary, how you get the points and all that. Some are prerequisite, some are additional. So whatever project you are dealing with, you have to see accordingly. So this is one of the Shobha city. This is in South. They have also achieved this rating. This is also one of the very brilliant case study of net zero water rating. Another case study from IT Park Chennai. They have also received the rating already. They have done it. They have executed these strategies already. So this is, I've already talked. This is basically a strategies that how would you achieve that? How you use those 3R principles. So last rating is the waste. Actually, it's not. So here again, this is the, now we are replacing energy to water, now water to waste. So this is the waste, okay? So the same thing you have, but here you have only 50 marks. So again, 3R principle, how would you look into the green procurement policy, segregate the waste, how you recycle, reuse it properly. So basically how you are minimizing your waste, sending it to the landfill. So this is what, based on those criteria, you got the marks in the waste rating. So this is in detail, but so I hope these are very fundamentals of, I would say in day-to-day life, we talk about waste from our home also. So I need not to explain too much about that. So I think you must be knowing what is waste, right? You know about the waste, right? Solid waste management, you know, wet waste management, and you know the difference in the organic and inorganic, hazardous, non-hazardous, multiple subjects are there. So this is the rating, okay? Near net zero waste, and net zero waste platinum. It has also platinum rating. The last one is the carbon rating, which we have just started that, and I told you that Sandeep ji is heading that as a technical committee of this rating. So he can speak more about that. So this is only the difference in the energy. We are only talking about grid energy, right? Which we are tapping from the grid. But when we are talking about the carbon, what is the speciality here? We are also talking about embodied energy of the materials apart from the grid. I don't know how many of you know about the scopes of emissions. Are you aware about that? GHG emissions, are you aware? So there is a scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 like that. So scope 2 talks about your grid energy, which you take electricity from your grid. And scope 1 address your fuels or whatever energy resources you are using within your site boundary. 3 is your vendor supply chain and transportation. So this carbon rating talks about the whole life cycle. So I think Anand ji, you can have a lot of LCA sessions, or you must be doing all those things. So that we are addressing in this particular rating. So one thing is very important, that net zero ratings are being awarded in the design and construction stage also, which is good for the architects, because you people can achieve this rating at the design level itself by looking into the best design strategy to achieve this net zero goals. So this is what you get complete insight about the rating. So we have only, I think I'll close here. This will be my last slide. So you see near net zero carbon and net zero carbon. Why we have added near net zero? The reason is that because carbon is a very broader concept, very broader and little comprehensive. Because here we are not just addressing only what we are tapping as a grid energy, but here we are talking even even I am using this bottle of glass. I should know that how much is the carbon footprint of this bottle. This is what when we try to talk about carbon, right? So we are looking into the very holistic approach, 360-degree approach, when we look into the carbon emission of any product. So every product in construction industry you use, steel, cement, whatever, every product has some carbon factor. So once you understand those benchmarks and you can see the qualitative and quantitative approach of your project analysis, then you could understand that whether I am net zero carbon or not. So this is what I would like to end here, and I hope you got some insights, and you can go through the website of IGBC. All these ratings are there. Please do read those guidelines, and whenever you need any help, my colleague Raja is also here, and from IGBC, Bhavish Bhai here, so please do let us know. And Anand ji himself is an energy expert, so I'm sure that you must be addressing all those things. I would close it. Thank you.
Ma'am, we won't, we'll probably need you here a little bit more. We'll want to take some questions if the students have any. After your, okay, that will help.
Okay.
So he's suggesting he goes in and then we take the
या
question.
थोड़ा सा एक दो क्वेश्चन ले लेती हूँ मैं, बिकॉज वो भूल जाएंगे ना फिर. जस्ट हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट. हाँ, जस्ट 2-3 क्वेश्चंस या, बिकॉज वो ब्रेन से फिर निकल जाता है ना. एनीबडी हैज़ एनी क्वेश्चन? पूछिए, कुछ तो पूछिए. प्लीज स्टैंड अप बेटा.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yukta Ganesh Patel from Vishwaniketan College of Architecture, Khalapur. My question to you is, nowadays many buildings have already constructed, and we have seen that there are lots of debris that are already produced, and we reuse them, but not to a larger extent. So now it is just on the earth like a waste. So is there any chance that we can reuse it in a sustainable manner?
Yes, of course. If you see the IGBC waste, net zero waste rating, okay, so there are already some specifications mentioned there, which is mandatory, okay. When you have a debris management, it is very, very important how you are segregating that and how you are giving it to authorized vendors, and how you are segregating that also in terms of category. But there are some companies already, I think Godrej is already using those that debris and making some blocks. And there are some Black Hole or some other companies I know. We are referring to the customers, those companies, and they pick that waste and they create some sort of, the building blocks like for reconstruction. That's happening, but not at the large scale. But in North India, it is happening at the large scale. We need to bring it more, I would say, plants here in Maharashtra. So at that point, I agree with you. Yeah, thank you. Good question. It's done? Sure. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thanks a lot, to you, Mala Madam, for bringing us this passionate brush up with the main theme, Down to Earth. I'm sure our audience has visualized themselves addressing the vivid aspects of the main theme of our talk today. And now, as I was just going through the presentation and also the insightful words by both the speakers so far, one thing that has crossed my mind is, how does our theme of the talk today, Down to Earth, connect with the idea of something very interesting: space, people, and happiness. How can these three things connect to the main theme, Down to Earth? How about hearing more on this from our next expert, one whose architectural oeuvre has been investigating through these key concepts from the past several decades. Allow me to bring to our forum, I'll introduce you first, architect Sandeep Shikre. Architect Sandeep Shikre spearheads Sandeep Shikre Associate Architects with a team of more than 300 young architects, dedicatedly committed professionals that renders architectural, interior design and construction management consultancy services. Sandeep is an US GBC lead accredited professional and has a deep commitment to sustainable development. He is the founding member of the IGBC and also the immediate past chairman of the IGBC Mumbai chapter. He is a patron of the CTBUH Council in the urban habitat, whose head office is at Chicago, USA, and is also an advisory committee member for several forums. He was recently honored with a Senior Fellowship Award by the IGBC and is recognized by India's top 30 architects by Forbes, India. Sandeep believes architecture is a comprehensive approach which combines the hard skills of design and the soft skills of human connection and experience. In a nutshell, he says it's all about space, people, happiness. We welcome you, Architect Sandeep Shikre. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so extremely delighted to be here amongst all the young minds. It takes me back many, many years when I used to be on the other side of a dais, listening to some great speakers, and today I'm here. And I must say, since today's program has begun, it has been brilliant. Mandar, the beginning was awesome. It was very divine, very blissful. And I can understand this particular institute is not only a great educational hub, but it's also a very great cultural and ritual respectful hub. So lots of compliments to you, Dr. Anand Achari, leading from front. Also to the promoters, Mr. Malkani was here. So it really touched my heart, the way the sitar was played, the way the beautiful shloka was played. I think that is something which is so important. Dr. Mala has explained. Also, Dr. Jain had said in his film that what is the eternal truth? Eternal truth is the nature around us, and nature is always selfless. It only believes in giving. It's up to us as to how do we accept that particular blessings that we have and make sure as an architect, as an engineer, we are so much responsible for a built environment, which is a permanent intervention on a Mother Earth. It's a permanent intervention on Mother Earth. That's why we always say architecture is a combination of art and engineering. So art we know, but don't forget the engineering. A beautiful presentation given by Dr. Mala explained all those tangible, intangible aspects of the engineering. And when I was a student, every time when the new assignment would come, we would always get obsessed with the forms, always get obsessed with the aesthetically pleasing appearance of the built environment that we'll do. That's quite natural, I'm okay with it. But it's so important for us to know that architecture is responsible for its contextuality, functionality, sustainability, and most importantly today, its climate resiliency and for spirituality. And that comes through having a dialogue with the people stalwarts from all sectors, because we design it for the people, right? At the end of the day, all that architecture we do has to uplift the human spirit. So we say space, people, and happiness. So I think I'm just going to cover one small case study if we are able to download that. Before that, let me tell you, today's occasion is a great occasion. It's a occasion on giving our tribute to our beloved Guru, Dr. Jain. I mean, my relations with Dr. Jain goes a long way. We all miss him. But after Dr. Jain has passed away, very rightfully so, his daughter, Payal Jain, she formed a Prem Jain Memorial Trust. We have a secretary from PJMT, Mr. Yatin here. So what we do every year, especially in this particular week, to commemorate our tribute to him, we create this particular Harit Prem Bharat Saptah. I must have said this many times, but I'll say it again. A couple of qualities or the peculiar specialities Dr. Jain had. Dr. Jain never had a mobile phone. In this world, in spite of being so busy, in spite of being leader of so many forums, so many practices, he never had a mobile phone. But none of us ever had any problem reaching him. The minute you go a call to his secretary, you will receive a call within a reasonable time. Second thing which I have observed with him, that whenever on a national or an international forum, whenever he's there on dais, he has never carried any paper with him. He has never carried any presentation with him. He would always talk from heart. One of the blessed personality where the words and mind would synchronize. And every time all of us, we have heard him, we have gained a lot. He's that vibrant, radiant smile, a warm hug is absolutely unforgettable. And so many things that he has done for us has laid a great foundation, has laid a great direction. And I feel that we were blessed to have his personally association with him, and we learned a lot. So my humble request to all of you, please be a part of these PJMT initiatives, because these are largely for students. Dr. Jain loved students. He was with SPA, the School of Planning Architecture. He was with all the engineering colleges. And I mean, students were his heart. I must have received n number of calls from him. Sandeep, this is a student from SPA, wants to come to Mumbai and do a case study and so on. So his love for the student is very well known. I would surely say all the colleges that you must constantly observe the initiatives those are being taken out of PJMT platform. They will benefit you. There are a lot of competitions, there are a lot of knowledge sharing seminars, there are a lot of workshops. And just now, Dr. Achari said that we must have a open source research. So we are in process of developing a open source research whereby we want student and the young minds to participate. What can come out of students' mind is totally out of box. That's why everywhere it's a good practice to give a real-time challenge to the young minds and ask them to research and ask them to do an analysis and come up with the solutions. That's how it works all over the globe. And I think the time has come where we should follow that very rigorously. Since we spoke about a net zero, I'm just going to share with you one project, which is a memorial. This is a National Salt Satyagraha Memorial at Dandi. All of you are definitely aware of, it's not working. So this is actually a memorial, which is an experiential memorial. And this is experiential memorial completely depicting the salt satyagraha. All of you must be knowing the salt satyagraha, right? Which is having a historical importance, because salt satyagraha actually reignited the freedom fight. And during the salt satyagraha, Bapuji actually traveled from Sabarmati to Dandi. That was a 241-mile walk. And he stayed at 24 places. And he met the people and he reignited the freedom fight. And Britishers couldn't understand that smart move from him. He had actually raised a Andolan, what is called as a satyagraha, saying that how can you levy a tax on a salt, whereby salt can be prepared at home. It's not an industry. That was the actually purpose, but he wanted to meet people. So all of us, we know in his gentle way, he could shake the world. Now the whole story here is when Bapuji started his journey from Sabarmati Ashram and he concluded at Dandi, exactly 24 days, 24 nights. So we thought that let us capture that script as an experiential memorial, and we have tried to imbibe that into this particular memorial. Then later on, this whole journey, these are the highlights where he started, as I mentioned, and the end point. That is a plot which is next to Saifi Villa. Saifi Villa is where Bapuji came and gave a concluding speech. And that was a successful speech where Britishers agreed to remove the tax. And that was a huge, huge international global event whereby again the India could unite together. So that's a World Heritage Building which is in Dandi, which is called Saifi Villa. So HLMDC, which is a high-level Dandi Memorial Committee, requested central government, please give us a land where we want to create a memorial. And this land, which you see there in a trapezoidal form, was given around 12 acres of land just next to the Saifi Villa to develop a memorial. Thanks to IIT Bombay, a staunch Gandhian, Professor Kirti Trivedi. He is actually an initiator of this entire script. We were blessed to win this competition, and we designed this along with the IIT Bombay initiative. They were the lead in terms of every step that was taken here. The land was extremely challenging. It's a cotton soil, big no-no for any construction, but we had to create there something which is a built environment. So we began our initiatives, and this is how the overall thing looks aerially. And the whole idea was to create where people would come, they would actually get an experience of that 24 days. So you can see the layout there, that's a Saifi Villa which is there. And you come from that particular thing, and then you walk. And while you walk, these are the 24 monoliths. And each of those monoliths have been crafted by the best of the best sculptor. We got almost 48 sculptors from the globe. And they have been done in a monolithic bronze sculptures where you can understand what exactly happened on that particular day. And then people move ahead. There are 80 marchers here who were with Bapuji right from a day one till the Satyagraha got concluded. And then you go to the main hero element where there's a beautiful Bapuji statue made by Annabhau Sate right under the big stainless steel stylus. And then you come back and there are solar trees which makes this memorial net zero, rather energy positive. That is how it works. Then there are some structures there. I'll explain you as I go ahead. So that's an aerial view. It's spread over 12 acres. There is a lake because this particular walk was next to Sabarmati. So to create that association with the water body, we created a lake. It was very tough in cotton soil to make a lake, but beautiful engineering. Again, thanks to IIT Bombay, where we could put the geofabric liners, and that lake is there. So that is actually a bridge from where Bapuji started his journey from Sabarmati. So lot of research and analysis has gone into this project. So we could archive all of those details which are there where the actual Dandi March began, and that is how we could create a bridge on the site, where people come, and exactly the depiction of how you begin with that journey. So when people go there, they begin their journey on this particular bridge, then they go ahead, and this entire monument is organic material. There is no synthetic material. These are all natural stones, recycled wood, and it's very, very organic with minimum intervention. That's entry. Those are the two big granite boulders which have been kept there, which were got from Hyderabad. A simple recycled timber gate, and what you see there in a red agra stone is a utility building, and then you come inside. The whole monument do not have any compound wall. It's just a chain link for the purpose of this thing. That's the main entrance. That's a service entry when you come in. As you get inside, you move ahead, and that's a lake. So you see this beautiful, nice statue of a Bapuji, and this particular thing is a stainless steel stylus which actually depicts a folded hand. And what you see in the folded hand is a one piece of salt. That one piece of salt could shook the entire globe. That's Satyagraha. So there is a 2 ton of a glass beacon which actually represents a piece of a salt. Initially we wanted to make this stylus 241 feet tall, but eventually for the purpose of maintenance and operation, we got it down to 120 feet. And this stainless steel stylus, we wanted to put the solar panels there, but again, we changed our mind and we created a solar trees on the open land. And that's a beautiful lake which is there that is coming. And then you come back, as I said, you come back to the library, there's a museum, there's a research center, there's a community hall which comes there. So this is the way those 24 monoliths are there. And for every monolith, you go close to that monolith and you can understand exactly the story that particularly happened on that particular day. We want to introduce audiometry so that people can put the headphones and understand what exactly is the story that was depicted on that particular occasion. And these are all beautiful monoliths which have been prepared in bronze by best of the best sculptors. That's an actual granite stone which is carved out, scooped out, and there's a lot of natural materiality which is there, which is all Indian, our own materials. And that's how you walk ahead. These are the pictures taken when the monument was just installed. Now these trees have grown, it looks pretty nice there. And these are the 80 marchers who were with Bapuji right from day one. So each and every marcher's actual 1:1 scale statue has been made in bronze, and they're all walking. So when you walk through them, you actually get the goosebumps. You feel you are part of that whole satyagraha. So that's how they walk towards. That's a Bapuji leading them. And then there is that stainless steel, a stylus, which is actually representing a folded hand. And then there's a piece of a salt, which is there on top of it. There's a wonderful, this actually piece of salt is seen from the entire Dandi. You know, so in the night, you don't see those stylus. It looks as if it's a floating one piece of a salt, which is commemorating the victory of a salt satyagraha. And there are a lot of engineering that has gone into it to make it withstand the wind pressure, make it withstand the coastal land. And there's a nice lighting strategy which is also there. That's how it looks in context with the surrounding. And exactly, actually, you have a Bapuji statue just coming below that. And it's a wonderful statue, which is actually showing Bapuji walking. You know, so he's in action, done by Annabhau Sate. And these are the solar trees. These are 42 solar trees actually generate more energy than what we consume it there. So as Dr. Maraji said, the first principle is to save the energy, ensure that how are you saving energy, and then the second principle, whatever saved energy that you are consuming there, how do you generate? So these are beautiful, simple interventions where we have these panels which are movable. They move as per the solar energy direction, and they actually store energy which is more than what we consume it over there. These are the solar trees. They look nicer like a trees. They give also a nice shading device in the evening time. And they reflect onto the water, and it pretty looks also quite nice. So these are the calculations. How do you actually do the calculations where you first ensure that you are saving the energy, and then you ensure that this energy what you're consuming is offsetted with the generation of energy. So these are all the principles. So here we used the renewable energy on site 100%, which is a solar energy, and how the steps were taken to reduce the energy. So these premises are very clean. There is hardly anything which is air conditioning. It's all mixed mode, natural ventilated premises. And with this, all these charts, we could move towards the net zero mission. So there is a detailed analysis as to how do you go and capture each credit. So these are the strategies where the orientation of the building, the passive planning of the building is reached to its optimum, so that there's very, very minimum requirement of energy which is there. And that's the overall master plan where we have a 41 solar trees. And finally, the data has been captured. So the energy generated is 13,525 units, whereas energy consumed is almost close to 9,000. So it becomes net positive. And it's been working there like that for last almost 3 years. That's the methodology, how the solar trees were prepared. Very simple, no rocket science. We've got the stem, which actually brings that solar energy and it goes back to the grid. There's an access panel which allows you to go to the capacitor. And it looks pretty smart. Prime Minister ji was there when this got inaugurated. And then we have this museum there, exhibition gallery, where actually those 80 marchers' faces have been kept as a logo. And there's an interesting thing we have there is a salt pan. So actually this is a very beautiful small scientific fiction where you can actually make a piece of salt in 6 minutes. And that piece of salt is your return gift. It's your souvenir. So you take that with you as a memento from the memorial. And the Prime Minister was extremely amazed to do that particular piece of salt there. And this all architecture actually depicts the Sabarmati Ashram. There is a library, there is a community hall, there is a museum, as I said. And it's again very natural material, nice sloping pitched roof with a timber roofing that's coming up there. And this museum is also called as, art gallery is called as a 241 because 241 has a relation with the walk that Bapuji did. Some of the glimpses of that art gallery. So that is the inauguration picture. So every weekend, almost 25 to 50,000 people visit there and they enjoy. There are a lot of students who go there for the educational tours. And it really makes any architect feel better that the monument that was prepared for an experiential journey has been utilized like that. That's the reflection of the monument in the water. And it looks pretty good in the evening. And actually that particular piece of salt on top, as I said, commemorates that emblem of success. So many people, architect always gets a stage. That's one more thing I would like to tell all the young minds. Please be humble, be grounded, because we get the stage, but the actual heroes are all of those people who work hard to make our dream come true. So thanks to IIT Mumbai, IIT Bombay, thanks to all the people who worked with us. There's a small film, which I'll just show you, which gives you an idea about this whole monument. It's there in the presentation itself. So with that, I would conclude my talk for today. Be the change that you want to see it in the world. That's what I would say, what Bapuji said. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we have another 5 minutes. So if there are any questions, So when there are no questions, that means you have understood everything to 100% or you have not understood anything, one of the two things. No worries. I would always encourage, I mean at this stage even we were feeling very hesitant and shy, but please be bold, please be very inquisitive, because architecture is all about having thousands of questions, you know. I mean if you don't have a question, then you must make sure that you inquisite yourself to have this question, because we do it for the people and we need to understand everything that we hear first time. And it's perfectly fine if you ask a most stupid, most idiot question. That's nothing to worry about. You know, architects are always excused to get away with all kinds of blunders. I have done that many times. So feel free if you have any questions, fine. Yeah.
So mic has been circulated with the students if you have to raise a query.
Okay, so about the Dandi Memorial, the 241 is the 241 miles which Bapuji walked. So that's why that 241 has a significant importance. And 24 days he took to come from Sabarmati to Dandi. So 24 days and nights he walked, and everywhere he stayed in the night, he gave a speech. And Britishers had levied a curfew on those days, but they couldn't understand. He said, I am not giving a speech for freedom fighting, I am giving a speech for salt satyagraha. But in his mind, he wanted to lead the freedom fight. So that's why that that's the importance. So I must tell you that when the new education policy came, Dr. Anand Achari was part of our committee, where we could see that there was complete absence of climate resiliency in an architectural curriculum. And then the bunch of few people, we decided that we will form a committee. We will also take a academician, and it was very nice of him to join that committee. And finally, we could include one full chapter on the climate resiliency. So that's very important. It may be a very nascent subject for you today, but Dr. Malaji also sensitized you that, you know, just to give you a quick idea, today our industry contributes 43% of a GHG emission, 43% of the GHG emission. And today we are in a country, a good story, that 2.5 times of whatever already has been built has to be built. So it's a good story for an architect and engineer to hear. But we have an added responsibility to make sure that we built it sensibly. The today's GHG emission globally through a construction industry is 8.4 billion ton. Okay, I repeat, today, as on 2025, the GHG emission globally by construction industry is 8.4 billion ton. If we don't do anything to improve this, if we don't do anything to reverse this, there is a historical growth of 3% every year. Okay, so every 3 years, because more urbanization takes place, and in our country, it will be more than 10 to 12% or even more than that. because rapid urbanization is going to happen anywhere in the world. India is on top. Then by 2050, this emission would reach to 16.8 billion ton. That means it will give a temperature rise of 6 degree minimum. Half the world will become unlivable. Friends, this is a real risk. This is a real risk. And everything is in your hands. You all are young. We are going to go away. You have another 30, 40, 50 years of a life. Please take this seriously. And there is no time with us, you know. So what is it is important that you must study this, you must understand this science very well. And every piece of built environment that you will be doing when you become an architect, you have to ensure that how do we mitigate this GHG. It is doable. Like Panchamrut, what Malaji said, we have already done a great progress by having our own non-fossil fuel generated energies, having 1 billion ton of GHG emission reduction and so on. But it's a collective effort, and architect plays a very big role. So I would humbly request all of you to read all the necessary technical details, which gives you an idea about carbon emission, GHG emission, and everything that you will do it in future will be numbered. There will be a time where an architect will be given a target. अगर आपको हॉस्पिटल बनाना है तो आपका हॉस्पिटल आपको इतना GHG emission के अंदर ही बनाना है carbon numbers. You will not be able to cross those carbon numbers. And if you don't know how to calculate the carbon numbers, you will be left out. Somebody else will come and do, and somebody else will take that space. So it's a great opportunity for you to acquire that knowledge. We don't want any Western world again coming and colonizing on us. In our own country, we should be the pioneers of what we want to do. So I personally feel it's very exciting and a very great opportunity for all of you. But you must exercise for that.
Yeah, as Sandeep ji said, you know, about climate resilience, which is a very important subject. It's a very important topic. So when he is talking about climate resilient design, the same way, let me tell you guys, there is a recent study that after this, in today's world, we are talking about artificial intelligence, right? And we also believe that most of the jobs and, you know, it is going to affect a lot of things, you know, in day-to-day life we do. But in some new studies, it has been proved that there are 2 or 3 kind of jobs which are going to remain. And those jobs are related to only the climate services. So if you know this, you have the specialization in the climate related design, or you understand the energy efficiency, you understand the power of renewable energy, clean sources, and impact of biodiversity, I think then you are going to stay in the industry, which is very important, because other jobs are just going to vanish, you know, because of the artificial intelligence. So please be assured that you consider this climate aspect very important. What is that? Please take a deep dive and understand that what is that, and how you are going to impact and how you are going to contribute. Very important. Because it's going to affect the job industry I was in a very bigger way. Jobs and climate jobs.
Focus toward building. Like tar road is more has more carbon footprint than concrete, or which is the best? Because because nowadays what is happening everywhere, even in the inside villages, everyone are making road with concrete. So earlier it was tar road. I feel personally the carbon footprint is more in concrete constructions. A lot of cements are used in that. So do we have some scope to control that in transportation sector?
If you see the rating system, 32 rating system, uh, first first principle which talks about the site management, it also talks about the fossil fuel reduction, and it also talks about the where it directly goes to the road and infra development. Even we have a campus rating where it is not just the building, but we are also addressing the road, like your hardscape, softscape, the combination of both. So when we are also giving importance to the permeable surfaces because of the various benefits, like your reduction in heat island effect, and also in the rainwater conservation, that's also very important, and to minimize the temperature as a whole. But if you see the context you are addressing, that in villages or somewhere, I feel there are some, the regional and the bylaws and various other aspects where sometimes the stability and the quality of road is very important, the material you are using. So that is very important, and for what kind of vehicle you need that road. Like for example, in the warehouse and logistics, heavy vehicles are moving. So we need to have that strength and stability. But once it's like small cars or two-wheelers, sometimes we use brass pavers also, some paver and those strategies also in the surround of the buildings. So it depends what kind of approach you use. But as a macro level, I think it is a more the policy matter and actual usages you are going to do, for that handling particular traffic in that area.
I will. Dr. Malasingh ji has first question. IGBC addresses when we do a township, when you do a campus. So whatever comes within the campus, everything is captured in IGBC. So there is an heat island impact in this agency. But your question is very nice, and if you will see carefully, Indian Green Building Council is also slowly and steadily growing towards the need of an hour. Right? We have already so many rating systems. We will now move towards a net zero. This is one of the very important aspects where IGBC will enter with more precise attention. Okay. For the public transportation service, today IGBC has no say, but within the campus, within the township, IGBC will say. Coming to your question, it's a very nice debate whether bituminous tar roads are better or whether concrete roads are better. I would say that both are good, provided they have been utilized with a proper mechanism, because there is a lot of research going on concrete. Yes, concrete always releases the heat, it's as an exothermic process, so a lot of concrete roads, when it was not done badly, they have performed badly. Today, you are coming up with a concrete where people are talking about the slack reinforced concrete, they are talking about using a fly ash, people are talking about ice flex. So this industry is now growing where the concrete roads will also be very sustainable, will also be very good. But the time will tell, and the regulatory policy now we are looking at more are going. Only thing why people are preferring concrete road, because to do a construction, it's more construction efficient, it's more durable, and it's more stable. That's the reason people are adapting for the concrete. But that doesn't mean that the tar roads are bad, but the quantum at which our country has to go for the transportation network, after doing the actual study analysis, concrete is the only solution. So once concrete is the only solution, we should see how we further improvise other parameters.
The power grids. Some initiatives have been taken in India, like Tata's Township, by the JUSCO. So they are using this recycle plastic, where they have made a slurry, the vitamin they have added into them. It's a kind of liquid slurry. Or some people, they use granules also, recycled plastic, like in IIT Mandi, where I belong to. The entire road has been, designed and added, this particular recycled plastic has been added into that. Yeah. Even IGBC also signifies it as a innovation point.
I agree 200%. How you use the material has to be decided. It cannot be just right or wrong. But if I get into technicality angles, if we measure the embodied energy of either concrete versus tar, concrete will fare lesser embodied energy and better than tar in terms of pure material embodied energy. But taking it extended version to what sir said, if I look at the life cycle of both the material
As a product.
not as a product, as being used material, driving a vehicle on a tar is far better than driving a vehicle on that. The emission levels of the cars will change while driving and tire rupture will change. So if I look at it on a much larger holistic picture, the total game change will happen. Yeah. But as a material, to the answer specifically, concrete would be less embodied than the tar. Because I am not saying there is an answer. We will have to calculate
Explore it
as a
further.
whole life cycle in terms of utilization of the material. That no one has done yet. Probably as sir said, there is a more research to be done. What would be the impact on a larger framework?
Wonderful, wonderful debate, I'm sure. Yeah. So, big applause for both the speakers and Anand sir as well. So, a lot of thoughts, I'm sure, with everyone here. Also, the students who are there in the studios watching us, all the other students in the country who are watching us online on YouTube. With these thoughts, let us take the debate to our most beloved, let's say, activity. We'll have a lunch break. We'll discuss these things on lunch. And I'll just make certain announcements for the students. We invite all the students from other institutes who have come here, made time and joined us here for this particular talk. The faculties of other institutes who have made time and joined us here for this talk. We'll be happy to host you for lunch with us at the ground floor stilts. Our volunteers will guide you. I'll request the second year students to go to the studio 203. And I'll request all the other students of other classes, third year and fifth year, to be in their own studios. Lunch will be served to you there. I would request Sandeep Shikre sir wants to say something.
One very, very important thing. You know, we have our Bhavesh Bhai. Bhavesh Bhai, please come here. I mean, all of you must be knowing him. I mean, Bhavesh Bhai has been a power wagon. Bhavesh Bhai has been a singular power for us, who's been into you with all the student chapters. In Mumbai, we have 28 student chapters. Now he's going to Kolhapur. He's going to form more student chapter. Nothing happens without Bhavesh Bhai in IGBC and everywhere. He has got a deep love and respect for the students. So big round of applause for him. Yes. Anything, anytime, 24/7, 365 days, I do not know countless visits he has made of the students' conglomeration to several technologies, several sites. And every time, I think his wife must be cursing him. He's spending more time with the students than at his family. So keep it up, Bhavesh Bhai. Thank you. Yeah.
And also one of the most down-to-earth personalities. Always a pleasure to interact with Bhavesh sir. So we'll take a 45-minute break. Since afterwards. I've kept it afterwards. Kept it afterwards, after the lunch. So we'll request the students to go row-wise. You can exit row-wise so that you can, there are a lot of other activities happening in the gangway outside. He has to leave. He has to leave. अरे, मैं announce कर दिया सर. अगला पहले उसी से start करो. introduction of yourself. Okay. In the meanwhile, they'll ready the presentation for you. Come.
Good afternoon. I'm Aryan Gule. I'm a student of third year BARC. Yeah. Anushka, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanisha Kotian and I'm third year student of Vivekanand Education Society, College of Architecture.
Good afternoon. I'm Anushka Gangane. I am a third year BARC student from VES College of Architecture.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharan Mehta and I'm a third year student from BARC, VES College of Architecture.
Global scenario, what it is like. On a global, oh my God. On a global scenario, we have identified a few policies that were created, that were adopted. The first one being the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. In that, the Sustainable Development Goal 13 talks about empowering through climate action, policies, education, and they also committed to $100 billion support for a safer tomorrow. Then we talk about the Paris Agreement that was implemented in 2016. India, the governing body of India, they were also a part of it, where we pledged to limit the global warming below 2 degrees Celsius, actually to 1.5 degrees Celsius. In our college, in the engineering college, we also have a climate clock which adheres to the pledge that we took during the Paris Agreement. For the COP, that is the Conference of Parties, 26 was one of the major turn of events for the COP. The latest being COP 29, which was hosted in Baku, Azerbaijan, late in 2024. My friend Anushka will be elaborating more about the COPs.
So India has set ambitious goals in COP26 that was held in Scotland in the year 2021. So India has set the Panchamrit vision, which says that almost 50% of the energy needs will be met through renewables, and non-fossil energy capacity of 500 gigawatts will be achieved, and there will be a reduction in carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030 that will end up supplementing the end goal by 2070 of net zero carbon emissions. COP29 was another turning point, where in the Article 6.4, the extension of Paris Agreement Article 6 was created, and there was a transparent system of trading carbon credits. Now this system will be very beneficial when it comes to India, because India has projects like wind farms and mangrove restoration and another energy efficient buildings. Such a system that will channel credits that will be traded globally, and also channel global investments in India's projects. Despite of the deteriorating rank of India in the SDG 13, India is well positioned and is set to lead the stage through innovations and collaborations. Platforms like G20 and BRICS offer avenues to demand fair and fair climate finance for developing countries like India. With India's technologies like blockchain and satellite monitoring, it will make carbon credits globally appealing.
So that was about the COP 26 and 29, what all India is planning to do. Next up, we have what our the government at the national level we are planning to do for the country. Firstly, as Anushka mentioned, India's bold vision is achieving net zero by 2070. That is net zero in carbon emissions, and also we aim to have about 50% of renewable energy generation by 2030, which powers for a green future. The next mission that was started in 2010 was the National Solar Mission, where we are targeting about 280 gigawatts of solar capacity by 2030. By the way, the number for 2023 is 73 gigawatts. So yeah, we are actually a little far from the target, but we hope we can achieve it. The last one being there are multiple schemes that are launched for various income groups as well. One of them being Ujala, which is affordable LEDs for all. We know that a lot of areas in India still are thriving on these conventional light bulbs, that is the tungsten bulbs. So LEDs make up for better lighting and also energy efficiency. So that is one of the schemes. Faster adoption of electrical and hybrid vehicles, FAME, the scheme where on a national level there are subsidies being provided for the purchase of hybrid and electric vehicles. On a local level that we live in Mumbai, most of us, and Maharashtra. So on a local level, what plans do our governing bodies have for us and that we should adhere to? Firstly is the MCAP, which is the Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Mumbai plans to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. While India is planning to achieve it by on a national scale, they were planning to achieve it by 2070. Mumbai aims for 2050. And also they aim for higher energy efficiency and better waste management and also water resource management. Flooding is a huge problem in a city like Mumbai. Next up is the Maharashtra State Action Plan for Climate Change, where the goal is to have climatic resilience and adaptation to whatever climate is present in Maharashtra. We are relying on sustainable agriculture, one of the huge sectors of Maharashtra's economy, renewable energy, and yeah, as I said, water resource management. The next is the collaboration between a lot of NGOs and the MMRDA, our Development Association, where a lot of NGOs like WRI, they're planning to have non-motorable transit access points, like making the streets more cyclable, bikeable or walkable, which actually helps in reducing carbon emissions by not driving vehicles. The next one is the Urban Forest Initiative. This is going on actually on a national level, but Mumbai is actively a part of it, being an urban area. They are pushing to have plantation and protection of mangroves, which holds Mumbai together, and also enhance the ecosystem on the coastal level. The last but not the least is the electric vehicle policy, which is brought by BEST, where they claim to have 25% of BEST and also the Maharashtra State Transport, where they claim to have to bring 25% of their total transport to electric instead of your ignition or induction motor, and also install electric parking in a lot of urban areas, and we can see that happening. So that is what our plan is on a local level. Moving on to what is sustainability is, Tanisha.
So talking more about sustainability, one should know what is sustainability. So the three pillars of sustainability are economic, social and environmental. So economic sustainability means focuses on job creation, long-term value generation and promoting circular economics to ensure utilization is efficient. It also emphasizes maintaining economic growth without depleting natural or social resource. Social sustainability highlights the importance of community engagement, equity and inclusivity, diversity and inclusion. It underlines creating a social that fosters fairness and collaboration, ensuring the well-being of an individual. Talking about environmental sustainability, it centers a biodiversity protection, resource efficiency, recycling, reducing and reusing, mitigating climate changes. This domain stress on adopting practices that minimize ecological impact and promote environmental resilience. All together creates a foundation for a sustainability. Talking throughout history, our ancestors seamlessly blended sustainability with vernacular and traditional architecture, creating spaces that harmonized with nature. Yet in the race of technology advancement and urbanization, we have lost the touch with this time-tested practices that one defines our resilience and respect for our environment. Vernacular architecture in India was deeply rooted to its regional climate, material, and social context. Each style demonstrates sustainability to use of local material, efficient designs, and responsiveness to the natural environment. Such as in the North India, we can see architecture in this region adapts colder climates through thick walls, small openings to retain heat, as seen in Ladaki's home. Whereas in the West, the those structures found in Rajasthan and Gujarat employs mud, thatch, and other natural materials to combat the arid and hot climate, ensuring the thermal comfort. Whereas in the East, we have elevated stilts, which protects it from flood, surrounding region through floods. So this vernacular architecture feature here reflects the India's diverse regional adaptation. The lessons from this structure offers an invaluable insight for addressing contemporary architectural challenges in sustainable and context-sensitive manner. So, talking about the regenerative and restorative design, the principle of regenerative and restorative design emphasis on ecological and community-centric approaches. It showcases the integration of sustainable elements such as water reuse, biodiversity, embodied carbon, and renewable energy with regenerative design, along with the aspects like health, well-being, and community amenity for socialite benefits. Restorative design, on the other hand, focuses on transition from demolition to low-impact practices and consider the end life cycle strategies to enhance the sustainability of a building throughout his life cycle. Most of us, we talk about what is green building. So green building is nothing but it is a sustainable construction practices which uses less water, enhances energy efficiency, conserve resources, and reduce waste, and create a healthier living environment as compared to the conventional buildings. So in order to promote sustainable practices in construction field and architecture field, India has implemented various rating systems such as those like IGBC, GREHA, LEED India, and H. On the right, you can see some of the examples of existing green buildings such as Wipro campus in Gurgaon, the ITC Center, Green Center in Gurgaon, Infosys campus in Hyderabad as well as Infosys campus in Mysore, and Julian One Earth Center in Pune.
The shift from brown economy that heavily relies on resource-intensive industries to a green economy is very essential to combat the existing climate change and environmental degradation. A green economy promotes sustainability through habitat conservation, renewable energy, and green jobs. Green jobs are basically jobs that resist environmental harm and advance a low-carbon future. While India's ranking has been very low and standing on 169th, despite being the sixth largest economy in the world against countries like US, Germany, China, this stark difference is this stark difference highlights the need for urgent climate action in India. So when we see that the traditional jobs have been replaced by green jobs and jobs that are related to AI, helping to create a more sustainable and eco-friendly future. Some of the key industries that have been participating in this are agriculture, construction, renewable energy, transportation, etc. In agriculture, organic farming has been become very popular in countries like US and Europe, whereas India is investing in green energy corridors. That is an important step towards energy conservation. In green energy corridor, India is focusing on balancing the traditional power sources with renewable sources such as solar and wind energy. It has set a goal of achieving 450 gigawatts of renewable energy and upgrading the existing power grid to handle the growing amount of green energy needs of around 20,000 megawatts. This in turn creates more job opportunities for both skilled and unskilled workers in the renewable energy sector. When we come to our field of interest, that is construction and manufacturing, safety managers is becoming a fast-growing career in India, and it is becoming more popular. A safety manager basically focuses on combating environmental health and safety. Such green skills are necessary for combating the urgency of the climate change. When we see that India's climate change, there's an alarming rise in carbon dioxide emissions from 2001 to 2019. And energy, electricity, and fuel combustion alone contribute to around 13,073 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Sectors like agriculture and manufacturing also play a key role in underscoring this transition to sustainable resources. And thus, amidst this, there is an opportunity for green jobs to provide a promising future. For example, Delhi government has partnered with Hero Electric Vehicles and World Resource Institution and has initiated electric vehicles mechanic training programs to enhance green skills and skilled laborers. When we talk about the future of green jobs is around 24 million by around 2030. These jobs are increasing the demand, but there's a stark difference because the demand is increasing by 8% annually, whereas the laborers which are investing in skilled workers that are investing in green jobs are increasing by 6% annually. And this gap needs to be addressed. When we talk about India's goals, India is planning to be ethanol blend, planning by 2025, the EBP initiative, that is 20% ethanol-based, ethanol is going to be used in gasolines. By 2047, green hydrogen will be cutting 3.6 gigatons of carbon emissions, and that will ultimately help in the 2070 goal of India's transition to net zero carbon emissions. When we see our country, there are different states that are helping to supplement this goal. Rajasthan is investing 40,000 crores in green ammonia and renewable energy resources. Gujarat, on the other hand, is looking forward to have improve air quality through large-scale plantations and power generation. Tamil Nadu is investing in green fellowship programs, encouraging the youth to participate in green skills, whereas Karnataka is investing in hydrogen fuel.
So now we've seen the global, national and the local scenario. We come to the main part, which is the work done in our college. So from our vision and mission, we can see that sustainable human habitat is a main part of our college curriculum. This can be seen through the integrated approach of the studio that we use, where before the sustainability aspect was just a wrap around the architectural design, but in our studio we kind of merged the gap between architectural design and environmental sustainability. Means there is no design without sustainability. For this, there are multiple training programs in our college itself for LEED and IGBC, where where the students are trained for LEED and IGBC exams to be considered as APs. So these are some of the faculties who are LEED APs, and also our alumni who are working in the field of sustainability in the industry. We also have an IGBC student chapter, also known as the Green Club, in our college, who have been doing numerous works around Mumbai and in the campus itself. So starting with tree plantation drives, IGBC summit at Godrej 1, also the IGBC summit at Taj Hotel, and a bleach cleanup drive after Ganesh Visarjan, where all the waste accumulated during the Visarjan of the Ganesh festival was cleaned by our students. There's a cyclothon at Carter Road, Bandra, on the World Environment Day, where our college took part to promote sustainability. Also a waste management drive on World Environment Day, plantation drive, yoga day celebration to promote yoga, fundraising food festival, where the food festival was organized, and all the funds collected in the food festival was donated to multiple NGOs across Mumbai. Community upliftment for a society in Chembur, where in area which was essentially a small dump yard was cleaned out completely and repurposed as a playground for kids. Similarly, we had blood donation camps and health checkups to promote sustainability. We also take part in Solar Decathlon India, where 3 of our teams were selected as finalists, and we also that knowledge gained from Solar Decathlon India was imparted through the college to ensure that everyone knows what green buildings and net zero buildings are. So let's act now so that climate change can be battled in an effective way and soon.
Give them a big hand again once more. It's a wake-up call. You can join us in the ranks. It has been a wonderful day so far. I'm sure we have a lot to come yet. The foundation was set by Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir himself. He has given us the connect to see this, the fundamental essence of the topic today. The structure happened eventually on it with Dr. Mala Singh's wonderful way of putting the things in front of us and understanding the nuances that go into talking about the main concept today. How we should be down to earth and how should we look at sustainability. We had architect Sandeep Shikre, who talked about what kind of performance can we expect from the kind of tree that we grow. Now we had these few students coming up here and talking about an ecosystem which not only looks at academics, but also looks at the overall vision at a world level, where we are all supposed to go, and who else but the current generation to present it in front of all of us. It is a proud moment for all of us, and I'm sure there are many other institutions here who are looking forward to join the IGBC chapter, student chapter, and we are looking forward to them also carrying this legacy further and doing their wonderful things with their institution. Now it's time to take us to another level of, you could say, experience. We saw a few projects of a certain scale. We saw what the students are doing at the institution level. Now let's join for a different experience. Maybe a voluminous portfolio like real estate. What comes to our mind when we talk about real estate? Green measures and real estate. To address this, we would like to introduce to us and bring to the forum our next expert speaker. Allow me to introduce to you first Mr. Padmanabh Subramanian. He is a seasoned professional with 15 years of experience in the areas of facility management, sustainability, solar photovoltaic design, green building concepts, and environmental social governance, ESG. He has done an a Bachelor of Engineering in Electricals from the University of Mumbai and has an MBA in Energy and Environment from the SIIB Pune. Extensive involvement in market transformation for the US GBC and the GBCI in India and East Africa, contributing to the growth of green building standards. Key roles in promoting the IGBC rating systems in India, driving green building adoption, expertise in business development across diverse domains, the mechanical engineering, plumbing design, MEP design, green building consulting, and solar photovoltaics. He is also the GRESB professional, showcasing proficiency in sustainability, benchmarking for real estate skills and expertise, sustainability go-to-market strategies, along with driving adoption of sustainable practices in real estate and infrastructural projects, benchmarking real estate portfolios for environmental, social, and governance, which is the ESG performance. We welcome you, sir, to grace the dais and enthrall us with your thoughtful sharing of experience and knowledge in the field of sustainability and real estate.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity, firstly. I finished my BE electrical, and at that point of time, recession had just started coming in, and we actually started facing that during our job opportunities. So the first job opportunity that came to me was from facilities management. So like you say, arranged marriage and campus placements cannot be out of choice. You have to go ahead with it. Next. So in facilities management, how do you reduce temperatures, increase temperatures, how do you increase or decrease lighting? At the max, energy saving was about replacing tube lights with CFLs or CFLs which are kind of out of operation, you paint them with white paint and then reuse them. That was the only energy saving that we used to do. And although building management systems, automation systems were still there, but at the max it was only used to switch on, switch off your chillers or open or close the VAVs, etc. Nothing much beyond that. And the AHU room was still full of housekeeping material. I'm sure it still happens, but it's better now. So somewhere down the line, though I was enjoying, learning a lot of new things, learning the basics of facilities management, etc. I thought, how do I grow from here? Where are the opportunities? How do we, do something which is much, much beyond our regular job profile? And at the same time, we also felt recession, hitting some of our clients. So I was handling two commercial facilities in Mumbai, and on a regular basis I was seeing, the clients whom I was handling, there were people forced to leave their jobs or they were switching their jobs. So I thought someday or the other even I am going to face this, so it's high time I need to look at something beyond my regular stuff. Next. Yeah, so I thought, okay, ideal would be to do an MBA, but again, if MBA, what should be my focus on, you know. So how would it help me enhance my skills, or how exactly do you think, do I think this should enhance my existing skill set? So these are some of the ideas that came into my mind, you know, that something which I have not explored earlier, or certain areas which have not been a part of my engineering, those could be explored. Networking, again, from an opportunity of networking, you end up connecting with people beyond your domain and get to learn something new. Building a new profile altogether, which you have not explored earlier. And also, either take a sabbatical or take a break altogether from the next organization. And the next question was, should it be a part-time, should it be an executive, should it be a full-time, where should I major in? So all these things were in my mind, and that is when, as it is said, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So SIIB, Symbiosis Institute of International Business, they announced a course in the month of, I think, June, July, on MBA in Energy and Environment. There was a separate entrance for it altogether. And I manifested myself, you know, getting into this course, and now getting to do more. And that's how I became a student of the first batch in 9/11. Now 9/11, please yaad rakhna, because it had a lot to do with our course curriculum as well, because being the first batch, again, the course curriculum was more generic, and people were from different backgrounds. So like, I am an electrical engineer, there were software engineers, there were a few architects, they were from environmental science backgrounds. So even the institute found it a bit difficult as to structure the course curriculum in the way that will fit in everybody. So then what happened later on was, this same problem came in when the placements were coming in. So typically under MBA you have an operations MBA, you have a marketing MBA, you have finance MBA. Nobody had actually specialized in a technical MBA earlier. So even companies were not very sure as to where these batch of students could fit in. Either because from a technical perspective, they would rather prefer somebody who has done a master's in architecture or master's in engineering, not exactly an MBA. And when it comes to hiring an MBA, they don't need somebody exactly from a technical background. So again, like, you know, you say you keep manifesting something positive to happen. During my internship, I got this opportunity to work with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Although this was not exactly what I was looking at, but then since I was starting clean slate and I wanted to look at something which I have not done earlier, this opportunity gave me to participate in a global project, and the report that me and my colleagues formed became a part of the standby basket of products store survey, which was initiated by the government of Australia. So the report is still very much there. Next. And then this gentleman came in as an angel. So during the second last semester, he was the one who actually told me, we were having some candid conversations. I said, sir, I am from a facilities management background. I don't know exactly where do I fit in. I just wanted to do something much, much better than what I was doing in the FM services. He said, why don't you try green buildings? That's actually a good opportunity for you. This is not only from an operation and maintenance perspective, from also concept design perspective, you get to learn more. So he is the one who introduced me to LEED program, and this is how I actually studied or started reading more and more about the LEED certification program and how IGBC has been pioneering the entire initiative in India. Next. And then, as it goes, these guys came in for a campus placement, the CII Godrej GBC. They came in for a campus placement, and my manifestation or my initiative in those areas helped me get another opportunity to become a part of the CII Godrej GBC. And I was the only one in that particular batch to become a part of CII Godrej GBC. Subsequently, I got introduced to the great Dr. Prem Jain, who has been a mentor for all of us, who is the father of green building. And there were so many lessons I learned from him during one-to-one interactions or during sessions like these. One is humility, one is respect for one another, one is understanding each other's perspective. And above all, his efforts in actually creating an ecosystem for the green building industry in India. So in fact, in India, I have seen only in India, the ecosystem is such that even competitors collaborate with each other. So although, most of the consultants may be in the same business or architects may be in the same business, when it comes to projects or when it comes to similar projects, there is definitely a possibility of collaboration, and they work together, and any new entrant or any new stakeholder coming into the ecosystem becomes a part of the entire family, thanks to Dr. Prem Jain. And also special thanks to him for helping me meet one of my idols, Mr. Sachin Tendulkar, at a Toshiba event. Oh yes. Next. Post that, I worked there for 3 years, and then I had to come back to Mumbai from Hyderabad due to some personal reasons, wherein I moved to the solar PV segment, and I was part of the installations of some small rooftop solar installations and a couple of solar installations in education institutes. Although I was enjoying, but then there was something missing, and that is when this opportunity came in. The US Green Building Council wanted to set up operations in India, and that's how GBCI India was formed, and that's how I was hired to become part of the GBCI market development team for the Western region. Again, one of the best experiences I've ever had. Lot of learning, lot of travel, lot of exposure to projects and to stakeholders across the globe. An understanding of regional level perspectives of sustainability, built environment, and how things progress, how market development changes as per regions, and how different stakeholders become an integral part of the overall ecosystem. Again, I would say still the IGBC ecosystem has a much broader way of working, but then again, everybody has their own set of operations, so that's how things progressed. And yeah, next. Another opportunity through USGBC, GBCI was to handle East Africa markets. So I was able to connect with some key stakeholders in Kenya, speak in some conferences. Also in Mauritius, I was able to connect with some retail spaces with some builders, developers. And through my interactions is when, one day somebody told me that we don't need you to market green buildings in this country. Why don't you take us to the next level? Why don't you bring in some bank finances? We are a poor country. We don't do certification and all of this. That actually, had me get going. I mean, is this really working, or, there is something missing? Is there something which has to be a part of the ecosystem which is not still there? Or am I kind of doing something which is already there? Can I expand my boundaries a little more and, be a part of something that can add in more value to the entire industry? So that's what. So like Susan says, in Africa, you will definitely have an experience that alters your course of life, because nothing has ever been the same. So as a matter of fact, I started reading about ESG. I started doing some small-time courses, and this is one of the credentials I took up. Interested in writing stories, storytelling, etc. from childhood itself. So this is one article that I wrote at the age of 10 with the help of my grandfather. He used to narrate some of these short stories to me. Based on that, I wrote this. But then I lost connect after taking up the job. It was, getting a little more hectic. And then COVID time was when I could introspect on my lost interest. And that is when I started rewriting. And then this is one horror short story which appeared in an anthology during COVID time. So again, over a period of time, I was able to bring back that balance which was missing for a long time. Next. Also, I've been very closely connected with Ashutosh Gorikar after the release of Swadesh. So, not from a filmmaking perspective, but from the idea of education through entertainment, as well as bringing about some change from a rural perspective. So, we've been exchanging a lot of ideas at a very casual level as of now. And we have a small group called Team Swadesh, where we deliberate on how to improve the education system, especially your primary and secondary. And someday down the line, we do plan to do something really concrete in this area. Till then, we just meet once in a while. Now recently, when Swadesh completed 25 years of its release, we again reconnected and we were able to exchange some ideas out there. But nothing concrete as of now, but still there is a lot of hope there. Next. Yeah, so this is something, so Rocket Singh, Salesman of the Year, is one of my favorite films, and this is something which I follow as part of my job profile as well, saying that although numbers and benchmarking is important, but unless and until your people are happy, your people are satisfied, it doesn't serve the overall purpose. तो जब तक लोग खुश होते हैं तो numbers अपने आप आते हैं, and जब business तभी होता है जब लोग खुश होते हैं. That is a philosophy that I follow. And yeah, participate in mock GDs, PIs for the upcoming students or for the current batch of students, to ensure that there is new blood coming into the industry at a regular basis. Because all put together, although veterans do play a very important role in shaping up the industry, but unless and until there are new perspectives, there are new ideas coming in, there won't be a continuous involvement, it's continuous evolving or continuous engagement. So with that in mind, I think this is something which I consciously try to do, and which the college also allows me to participate in. And yes, whenever I feel lost, whenever I feel I am in Anjanpur, I go back to some spiritual rejuvenation. So I am part of the Ananda Sangha in Pune, which is an ashram, developed by Paramahansa Yogananda, the author of Autobiography of a Yogi. So we visit those spiritual retreats once in a while to get back the energy or to rejuvenate myself. And also there is this concept called as multi-faith prayer, which me and a couple of my friends, we try to organize. So people from different faiths can come together, offer their own prayer. Even atheists can come, and if they don't want to pray to a particular entity, they can just focus on their breathing or focus on the third eye here. That itself gives you enough peace. So these are some of the mantras that have helped me at a personal level, may differ from person to person. One is, it's never late to start clean slate. So although I was from facilities management, I was still unsure, and almost till the last semester I was not very clear on how things would progress. I prefer to start clean slate with the help of my interactions with some industry experts, with the help of my co-colleagues, etc. And then how much ever strong you are, or how much ever you know that, okay, this is something which I will definitely achieve, the perseverance to do that also is important. Unless you have that in place, any amount of strength will not be enough to get you going. And then you have manifestation. Again, manifestation is not something which you keep on repeating to yourself, but you also ensure that there's an inspired action taken in that direction, so that there is a proper pathway to what you have manifested. And then striving for continuous improvement, definitely, and staying relevant. Today, with AI being in action, and with every month you see a new app or a new update in the AI segment, you have to stay relevant. There's nothing much you can do about it. And then education is something which you cannot complete at one go. This is something which I've learned from my dad, and the way you see on LinkedIn learning and some of these forums like Coursera, Udemy, learning is something which you have to continuously keep going, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your position. And then when the environment is conducive, end up working harder, end up putting in more effort, because when your times are bad or when you are not exactly in the frame of mind, there is no motivation to do things. But then whatever you have done during your good time will fend for you when you are going through a tough time. So this is very, very important. And then typically, during our parents' times, people used to say, be a jack of all trades, be a jack of all trades. Although it's important to be a jack of all trades, but also ensure that you master at least 2 or 3 skill sets, so that if one doesn't work, the other is a backup. If the other doesn't work, third is the backup. That's about it, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best.
Mr. Padmanabh, indeed a call for having a manifestation to see our future bright in the hands of this younger generation. I'm sure they were all ears to you. Thanks a lot for your inspiring presentation. Now, taking it ahead, we'll have our next session of an inspiring talk. We have with us Ms. Sneha Zagade. She is highly accomplished in sustainability and green building as an expert. Currently, she is spearheading the ESG initiatives at the Horizon Industrial Parks, the Blackstone's premier logistics platform company in India. She has over 12 years of dedicated experience in real estate, sustainability, and she possesses a deep expertise in advancing green building certifications and transforming logistics parks into vibrant, human-centered environments that foster biodiversity and well-being. In her role, she has implemented rigorous environmental performance tracking across Horizon's portfolio, developing a comprehensive ESG reporting framework, and established robust guidelines to uphold integrity in sustainability communications. Her strategic support has been instrumental in driving Horizon's solar energy projects and fostering meaningful community engagements. Sneha's leadership empowers cross-functional learnings to adopt best practices for sustainability with a clear focus on decarbonization and operational excellence. An electrical engineering graduate from the prestigious VJTI Mumbai and a certified sustainability and green building professional, she brings to Horizon a rich background of consulting on green building initiatives. Her experience also includes steering corporate sustainability, the ESG efforts for leading organizations such as Godrej, K. Raheja, and Croupfield Properties India. She is a dedicated advocate for green building and sustainable development and a respected voice on ESG, biodiversity, and human-centric design in the logistics sector. Allow me to welcome Ms. Sneha Zagade. Madam, please. Over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope people in the last are not sleeping. Hi. Yes. So I think sir has given very as a very formal, very serious kind of introduction in me, but I would prefer let's have some casual talks. I think a lot of people before me, like Paddy, Mala ma'am, they have talked about lot about sustainability, green building, and I think the green warriors who presented before us, they have talked everything and almost everything about sustainability, climate change, job perspective. So when the team invited me here to share my journey, so this is the first time where on a forum I'm sharing how I become a sustainability professional. So there's something lot of industry colleague or peer not knowing how I came into this field. You guys are going to know this. So hi, I'm Sneha and I'm an electrical engineer. I'm an electrical engineer by profession. I have done my diploma and BTech from VJTI. So sustainability came into my career as a first job at Godrej. So as Paddy mentioned, ki in arranged marriage and in campus placement, you don't have a choice to select your job. The same case with me. So so as I mentioned, ki I am an electrical engineer. So in our curriculum, there was not a single word as green building, sustainability, or climate change. We always used to do short circuit calculation, distribution losses, transformer capacity calculation, or induction losses. So this is what I have learned in my all 6 years, 7 years at the college. But as you mentioned, like as you consider ki something which you don't anticipate or don't manifest for, that will always come to you. So it happens like ki I came into the sustainability field through my final year project. So my final year project was something around bilge oil water separator based on a optical principle. Okay. So as a final year student, ऐसे था कि अभी कुछ तो टेक्निकल बोलना है, अभी टेक्निकल सब हो गया. What additional you can talk to your mentors or who are there to evaluate your project. So just for a like some brownie point, I have added some section on sustainability, ki how my project will help in saving environment, climate and everything. And being that final year project, our the project guide or the professor, they have like recommended me specially to a company who were looking for a fresh graduate to work in the field of sustainability. So at that point of time, green building consultancy was like in 2010 or 12. Green building consultancy was a very new concept, or not so like regular way of career in the industry, and there were not people who are trained or educated in that field. So being I have spoke something about sustainability in my last year project, so my professor recommended those campus interviewer to just have a interaction with me. So they asked me all question, what is your project, how you done, what is your thought. And then I was aware, okay, fine, now these guys are going to ask me some more about sustainability. So I read more. So let's do something additional. And somehow that, like, the interviewer got convinced that I know something about sustainability. I got in there, and that's how I started. So when I was school, I always wanted to become a police, because that was the only profession I was like seeing around, or that was the only profession, because everyone used to be very afraid of them. Then when I got into the college, so there was nothing decided ki I wanted to. So after 10th, I with my friends I went to a science college, got admission. But then my father was of opinion that ki if I'm going to do engineering, I should do a diploma also, because that will give me a more technical base for whatever I will be studying in my graduation. So even I have taken my admission in the junior college, I shifted to diploma college. That's how like all the education and all. And yeah, and then onwards. So for to be frank, sustainability I haven't chose. I think sustainability chose me to work in that. But then I always enjoy work in the field of sustainability, because it was something different what I used to do in my college. So those engineering calculations was interesting, because I was a studious student. I always like the challenges, the things what were, but then doing like learning something new and learning something which I have not done past was always inspiration for me to do better and better. So that was there. And I started enjoying the new concept, so there are people who, so I was the most junior team member in my organization, being and I was part of Godrej. So Godrej has a very long legacy in working in the sustainability or environmental protection or whatever, good and green. They have a concept of good and green. I got introduced to their business ethos called good and green. So whatever business they are doing, they were very focused upon whatever they will do, it will be good for the people, planet and the overall environment. And green in the nature means, green in the nature means green is not color green, it is like they won't harm the environment. So in that fashion, these two things, good and green, is always imbibed in each and every employee of the Godrej, their every business, and everyone who is part of Godrej for a longer time will like have that these two these two concept in their day-to-day business. Like that, then we progress. I worked as a green building consultant almost 6.5 years. In those times, initially, the India was very getting introduced to various rating systems. There was lot of developers who used to work in the green building sector. There are not lot of consultants who used to consult on the green building sector. But I was lucky to be part of one of the prestigious consulting firm in that point of time, and that gave me a lot of exposure to work on the various type of project, various type of project stages where like from the design to construction to operational or the redevelopment kind of stages. So in those 6.5 years, I have consulted all from homes, from residential project, from institute, hospitals, clubhouses. So each and every type of real estate building project I was part of, and I was part of all these projects at the various stages. So that have helped me to understand the entire cycle of a project from the, you can say, from the concept inception to the final operation. So it was always there with me whenever I progress in my career. So that help you. So whenever you work in any, okay fine, you, so here is a key, one key takeaway for you guys. So fine, now you're into some job, you're into, so try to learn or make out from the those situations what will help you to grow in such conditions. So I was in those projects. I tried to have my own learning, saying how these learnings will help me to grow. These were the foundation year. So those were the foundation year of my career, and those helped me to build a strong base for my today's work. They have given me, so I was doing like repetitive projects for almost 6.5 years. But whenever do something for a repetitive basis for a longer time, it will give you some boredom, but then it will also make you a expert in that particular subject. So when you call who is the subject matter expert, a subject matter expert is the one who have a deep knowledge on that particular subject. Okay, so to become a subject matter expert, you have to do that thing 5 times, 10 times, 100 times rather. So that is really important. Even though you're doing something repetitively, it is important for you guys to understand that this is, you may find boring at that point of time, but then it is the base for your future development. After that, I got into a corporate role after 6.5 years. Then there was a stagnancy in my career, and there was a point of in my career also I was like, okay fine, I am doing this consultancy for more than 6.5 years. Now what should I do? At that point of time, there were very few developers who used to work in field of sustainability, and there were few consultant only who works into sustainability. If I want to change the job or I want to grow in my experience, where I should be switching, and there was one point where I decided, okay fine, now I'll take break. I'll take up some designing course, or I'll take up some MBA, which will help me to switch from my current job profile and give me some new prospect or new aspect in my working. So, but luckily at that point of time when I was very frustrated or kind of feeling stagnant in my career, I got the another opportunity to work with a corporate sustainability team at K. Raheja Corp. So that helped me to work from the other side of the industry. So for the initial year, I worked as a consultant, where I used to provide consultancy services to the various developers to achieve the green building certifications for their project. But now I was on the part of the developer side, where we used to work with multiple consultants who used to provide a consultancy to convert our projects into the green. Now, whenever you on the other side, you understand the challenges from the other perspective. When I was consultant, I used to think, why these guys are not giving all the required information, or what is their challenges to have this particular glass, or to have particular design aspect. It is very easy. So when you are a consultant, you think, it is very job. But when you are on the other side of the picture, you really understand what are the real challenges. At that role, I understand why all decisions are made, how every and each decision is linked to a business. So once you start working in a corporate or in a organization, everything boils down to how much business you are doing. So here, anyone who is working in the industry, they always, so sustainability the design, whatever, the climate, everything is there. But then having your bottom line and top line at the side, like, is the must. So you have to be very smart enough to collaborate with your team members and influence their decision, which will help you to not just push your thoughts, your ideas to a better business, but also you have to always present a business case. Whatever idea, whatever suggestion, or whatever sustainability is you're doing is on the business part. So this is how and then I switched to another company called Brookfield Properties. There also I was in the same role, but then now I have switched to the larger portfolio called ESG. It is Environment, Social and Governance. And it is now sustainability or green building is one of the part of that portfolio, but I'm also looking at the social and governance part of the organization. Till now I was working with a building, a project and a built environment only. Now in the next role I'm working at an organization level where a company is trying to put up their performance on all these three aspects, on the environment, social and governance. Here I got to see the other two aspects like social and governance, how they are also important, how they are playing role in the overall organizational function. So that is there. And now I am part of Horizon Industrial Park. This is one of the leading logistic and warehousing company in India. It is backed by a Blackstone, which is a international private equity fund. And here this role has given me exposure to the international standard, where I'm working with the multiple international teams and the other companies who are also portfolio companies to the Blackstone. And this will give you a different perspective. So till this point, like till my last engagement, I was focusing on the India scenario, and now in this role I have interacted with the multiple cross-country teams, and so this will give you a different perspective to think on a global platform, how other countries are doing on all this platform, and how we should be reaching to those benchmarks and standards, having a comparable business in the global front. That is there. So it was now all about how I'm today, or whatever I'm today. Next slide, please. So this is a small key points I have short down. Here is I think the one of your green warrior already talked about all of this, but then it's a quick cheat sheet I can share with you guys, like what are the skills you should be. So whenever you do a graduation, please consider that as your base, okay? So if you are doing engineering or architecture, I never envisage that I'll become a sustainability professional. But your graduation is as an architect or an engineer enables you to critical think or a problem solving capacity, to build a problem solving capacity in you. So whatever the problem come to your desk, you should be able to analyze it, generate ideas around it, or and come to a solutions, not a solution or multiple solution which will fits in the that particular environment. So these are the key things. So nowadays, when I was doing my engineering, I used to think I'll become a energy manager, or I will become a substation engineer or something like that, because that was the limited knowledge I used to have during my graduation. But I think you guys are really lucky. Your college is arranging such kind of industry interaction, giving lot of external expert from industry coming in and giving you perspective. So when I got into this sustainability field, I was surprised with a different kind of people I'm meeting. So for your example, I'm working with someone who is a medicine student, like MBBS doctor, and now they are into a sustainability consulting. Then I have come across one person who is a architect by education, but now that person is working in a ESG communication or a ESG like ESG sustainability reporting professional. So even though he or she has done his graduation or basic education in architecture or engineering, they can switch to their careers to various type of profession. Nowadays, lot of people who after like graduation goes to the MBAs. So MBAs are nowadays there are multiple MBAs who are specialized in your in, as Paddy mentioned, energy and sustainability. There are some MBAs who specialize in sustainable investment, ESG investment, risk management. So now there are a lot of career opportunities in sustainability itself, because you don't need to always design a sustainable building, but you can become a part of a profession or a job role where a sustainability taken care, but at a different perspective. Here, there can be, there are professionals from the finance sector who work as a risk expert, who work on the risk, climate risk, transition risk. So these are the different kind of like career opportunity you can choose. And I think nowadays Google and everything have lot of information, lot of career guidance. LinkedIn has enabled you to connect with the industry specific profession who are working in that job role. You can connect with them, share your idea, ask them ki how they got in there and what are the different courses you can take up to be in that particular role or job. So basically you have to decide what interests you most and post that what, because until unless something is interest you, you can't do that job for a longer time. Okay, so that is really important. Like understand what is your passion, what is your interest, and what is your liking. Otherwise, I think that is enough for what I can share with you. And rest of the thing, all the my co-panelists and co-speakers have already covered. And thank you very much.
So very interesting takeaways here. Practice of a learner into various fields of sustainability. You just saw also the career paths. Emphasis on figuring out what would be important in the coming times. At times, we don't choose the career chooses us. It's very important. And we also got to know that it is important that the subject matter expertise is very important, and it can be achieved by repeating certain things about learning, about that one thing which is very different and you're not always tuned to probably do a particular thing in that manner. So at times the career will choose you, but you have to keep repeating and learning so that you become an expert eventually in times to come. So we thank Ms. Sneha Zagade for her inspirational talk to us. And now taking it ahead, allow me to introduce to you our next speaker for the day, architect Gargi Priyamwada. She is an architect and currently working as senior sustainability consultant at AEON Mumbai. Being an IGBC accredited professional and EDGE expert, she assists clients in achieving sustainability goals with green certifications and ratings which include IGBC, LEED, GRIHA, EDGE, and WELL and more. She has more than 7 years of work experience in architecture, interior design, academics and sustainability. Having been graduated from the IGBC School of Architecture at Jaipur, she holds a postgraduate degree from the CEPT University specializing in building energy efficiency. She has published and presented her postgraduate thesis as a research paper at the Passive and Low Energy Architecture Conference held in Edinburgh in 2017, which was interestingly titled The Impact of Surface Modulation on Solar Heat Gain, a Performance Evaluation of Brick Cantilevers and Overhangs in Brickworks. She is passionate about working and growing in the field of energy, efficiency and sustainability. So please allow me to welcome on the dais. I'll request Architect Gargi to grace the dais, please. Over to Gargi. Thank you.
Thank you for the amazing introduction. Namaskar, good afternoon everyone. It's an honor for me to be here on this forum speaking in front of architecture students, engineering students. So we have engineering students also here. Please raise your hands. Okay, great. You guys are great. Okay. Yes, that's amazing, sir. Can I have a presentation up? So today's topic, what I feel will be more, informative for your understanding for the students as my, audience. So I understood that you guys are a little confused on your, right, what career path you should take forward to, and why there is so much buzz about sustainability, right? And what's next then? So we have a basic understanding, right? So basic understanding of what is sustainability, right? We all have that understanding, right? Yes or no, please? Little bit of interaction I need. Yes? Okay. So we are meeting our own needs without compromising on the needs of the future generation. So that's a basic understanding, right, from UNEP. So I want to make you understand why there is so much buzz about sustainability these days, right? So if we squeeze the whole timeline of our planet Earth into, let's say, a 1 year timeline. So from the beginning of the planet Earth and to, say, human existence, when it started. So it started at around 31st December, 11:59 p.m. So it's the journey of planet Earth and human existence. We can see it's just a fingertip, a tip of the fingernail, right? And in that short span, we have managed to devastate the Earth, right? So that's why there's so much buzz about sustainability and why we should be taking care of our planet, because we only have one planet, right? We cannot afford another one. So why we have a lot of pollution and green carbon emission and all those things? So it's because our industry, the construction industry, it contributes to about 37% of carbon emission, global carbon emission. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about, so we can see, let's say, a 2,000-year journey of how the carbon emission spiked. So this is when the temperature was stable, somewhere stable, and the moment the industrial revolution started, we can see this spike in the global temperature or the carbon emission. And so my journey to sustainability, how it started. When I was a kid, when I was in school, there was a chapter where I read about Chipko movement. Have you read about Chipko movement? Yes? Everyone is aware of it? So there I understood that पेड़ तो ज़रूरी है, बहुत ज़रूरी है. Yeah? So we have to save our planet. Chipko movement was the first thing that came into my mind. And later when so I developed my interest in trigonometry. Lot of interest in trigonometry. I was crazy about that subject. That's a small slide of it. And then when I went to do my undergraduation from IGBC School of Architecture in Jaipur, there I fell in love. And my love was a little different. So I fell in love with this guy, Sunpat diagram. Architecture students, you must be hating this. Yes? That's okay. It's not, you don't have to love it. I am enough for it. So I fell in love with this diagram. It tells you exact position of sun, where it is there on, right? I mean, the location of sun, on all the angles and all those things. So continuing to my love for sun path diagram and solar studies, I took my interest. I joined CEPT University for building energy efficiency. There I presented my post-graduation thesis as a research paper. This is a little technical. I mean, that's what my inclination was towards. I was more inclined towards trigonometry and sun movement and all those things. So this is my post-graduation thesis. I mean, I kind of squeezed it in one slide. So this was about how I came to Mumbai. I joined an architect's office, that's Designers Group, it's in Mahim. They have huge projects, they have huge hospitality projects, and they're working, I mean, they have amazing projects over there, right? So the high-end luxury hospitality projects. And there, so I wanted to contribute what my learning was, but again, so when you join an office, you are kind of new to them. They don't want you to make much change in their design because it's, of course, it's their design. It was working well for the client. It was working well for the architect. So, so somehow I was not able to find my perfect spot over there. Although the projects were amazing over there. Then I tried my hands in interior design because in Mumbai, what I got to understand that interior design is a lot that is happening in here. So again, so I joined Studio HBA where they're doing luxury interiors, high-end interiors of five-star hotels. And so again, so I was trying to, somehow I was missing the sustainability part, what I was specialized in, because those calculations and all, that's my thing. And I was not able to see myself, due respect to all the interior designers, I was not able to see myself selecting carpet and selecting cushion covers for 3-4 months. It's not my cup of tea, although it's an amazing thing to do. There's a lot of detailing involved in interior design. As an amazing opportunity for those who are interested in those kind of work. Then I joined Thakur School of Architecture and Planning as assistant professor. I taught there for some time. I was enjoying my journey at academics. It was good, but then somehow I felt that I'm not learning too much what's happening right now in the industry, and I'm not able to contribute. Although I was enjoying teaching, the students were amazing. So finally, I found sustainability. I found my love back. I joined AEON as a senior sustainability consultant, and then under his leadership, Mr. Ashish Rakheja, Dr. Prem Jain, he was the mentor of my boss, Ashish Rakheja. So under his leadership, AEON is working towards sustainability and green building services. So we have a little bit of introduction. I won't take much time on this. So we have our offices pan-India, and there are multiple projects going on around the world. So this is our head office, which is a platinum rated green building. We have a full daylight and everything. So you can see the whole sustainability aspect, how they are, managing everything. So we have a nice, good office over there with all the sustainability parameters. And then, so I'll move through this. So we also have that project in IGBC, Coffee Table Book, and in Ashray as a publication, my head office. These are some projects, but yeah. So now onwards, I'm going to talk about you. So how many of us thinks that, yaar, architecture lage galti kar di? Kitne aate? No one. You, okay, architecture नहीं लेना चाहिए था, गलती हो गई. Anyone who is unhappy with the current studies, कुछ तो गड़बड़ है, they are confused. I have seen some hands. Okay, if you're not confused, that's great. So when I was in SEP, one of my professors told me, I was struggling through a design problem. So he asked me, are you confused, Gargi? I said, yes, sir, I'm very confused how to go ahead with this design problem. I'm not able to find a solution. So he told me, if you're confused, you're on the right path. Does it make any sense? So it will make sense. Because what he was trying to say is, if you're confused, you are trying to solve the problem yourself. And once you solve the problem yourself, there's definitely going to be a path ahead. So yeah, engineering students have already cracked the code. They are everywhere. They are from agricultural technology to pharmaceuticals to engineering to real estate to finance, banking, they're everywhere. So for architecture students, these are the areas where you can find your love, you can grow according to your choice. So if we look at the architecture and construction industry, these are the, we can, core architecture definitely, of course, that's what we study. Interior design, very much related to what we're doing right now. Then urban design planning, you can explore your opportunities. Project management, parametric architecture, and BIM. That's a high in demand opportunity right now, BIM. Right? So you can make your way to it. Then design, UI, UX, graphic design, very much in demand these days, right? You can try your hands on it. 3D and animation, model making. Model making, there is one of my friends from undergrad who has made his career in model making and he's earning very well. He has international projects also. To getting in India, he transports the whole model to the other country, and it's a good, if you have that inclination, go for it. Architectural photography, arts and crafts, traditional or fusion, right? You can bring back the lost craft or tradition of India. So history, theory, this is another, so only architecture as a say, subject, it offers a lot of variations, right? For you to explore. You can find anything that you like. So in this particular part, history and theory, you can go for research, you can go for architectural journalism. That's a very interesting part to explore. Very less people are there in it right now. But if you have the inclination towards research and writing, you can do it. We have policy making also. And licensing and manufacturing, making recycled furniture, upcycled furniture. That also adds a value to green building certifications. Then of course the sustainability and green building part. So we have the certifications, life cycle assessment, simulation studies, all the climate, sun, path, wind study, outdoor comfort. So all these part where you can find your inclination, and the very much upcoming sector that my friend Sneha, she just mentioned how the ESG sector is thriving, right? So we can choose, the sectors are, it's beyond these sectors, but more or less over here we have the ESG part going on right now, environment, social governance. We are also having a lot of post-graduation courses or certification courses also for ESG. You can try your career opportunity, or you can look for it to grow. Now, are you still confused now? People? Anyone who is confused? No one? Okay. So if you are confused, you're on the right track. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. That was it.
Can we have the lights? Thank you. Very crisp, very nice, and there is something very fundamental as a takeaway, and I think all students, I'll say it once, be attentive. There's a lot of learning in discovering an answer for a question rather than knowing the answer and learning from the answer alone. Thank you. Sir? But I said I'll tell it only once. Golden words are not repeated. Anyway, so it is about the process and the outcome also, not only about the outcome. So it is important that whatever you see on the screen here, you are not only focusing on what is shown here as an outcome of the processes that people are taking to talk about sustainability. It is actually about the process. So understand what goes in making a building sustainable, making environments sustainable and human friendly. So from here, from this interesting point onwards, we'll have our next speaker with us, expert speaker with us, Mr. Bhavesh Mehta, who is the core member of the IGBC Mumbai chapter. He is a mechanical engineer by profession, working in Reliance Industries Limited as a deputy general manager in engineering design since 18 years in the MEP field for retail chain across India. Total work experience is more than 35 years in companies like Blue Star Limited, Voltas Limited, and LG Electronics India Private Limited in different positions. He has attended international conferences on HVAC and refrigeration, has been a part of the ASHRAE, as well as nominated for the BIS HVAC Standard Committee team member in 2023. Sir, we welcome you. Please join hands to welcome Mr. Bhavesh Mehta. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think some students are sleeping now. Huh? Good afternoon. Am I audible? Last bench. Correct, na? So, first of all, Malaji, Dr. Achari Sahab, Gargi ji, Sneha ji, Padmanabh Sahab, then the entire team of Vivekanand College. First of all, thanks team Achari Sahab and team for make such a wonderful arrangement, because I was the person who came initially with him and we selected this venue for this event as well as March event which is going to come for the Earth Challenge. So I will not take much of time because I was told that मुझे 10 मिनट बात करना है, तो मेरे पास 15 मिनट का तो है थोड़ा कुछ. Okay. So I think can I see Dr. Jain साहब जो है ना मेरे लिए पितृतुल्य है, और this is the felicitation given by in own hand, अपने हाथ से लिख के दिया है और नीचे जैन साहब ने साइन किया है. So this is more than a Padma Shri award for me, okay. And he is the most inspiration for me, and I am sure Manaji also you must have felt his aura and the vibes which when you meet him, okay. So he is my godfather. और आज मैं जो भी हूँ, जैसे सुबह सीक्रेट साहब ने बताया था, for IGBC. So my green movement is in my blood, okay. And I always feel to work for green building till my last breath. This is what I told also. So Dr. Jain साहब का एक मेरे लिए था credentials, okay. Next, आप अभी next second slide दे दीजिए. अच्छा, thanks to the students from the host college, विश्वनिकेतन कॉलेज खालापुर से भी काफ़ी स्टूडेंट्स आए हैं, सुबह मेरी मुलाकात हुई थी. Then Ratna Sansad, of course, Ketki is there. I think architect Ketki, she is here. Ketki ji hai aap? Okay, she must have left. Then Pillai College से शिल्पा जी आए हैं, and लोकमान्य तिलक कॉलेज से भी आए हैं, कोपर खैरने से, एमिट यूनिवर्सिटी, यूनिवर्सल कॉलेज and सरस्वती कॉलेज. So thanks to each college, all the students from respective college for attending this in person, in presence, and of course virtual also we have shared the link. So I think hundreds of students are attending virtually, sitting in their college room. I will also talk about which I heard, which I listened, okay. Malaji talk about the campus certification. Green campus आपने सारे standard आपने बताए हैं. So your college comes under the Green Campus certification, okay. And we have started giving sessions to respective colleges, to the students on what is Green Campus certification standard. And I am sure that in your college also we are going to plan. So which will talk about how the campus can become a green. So that also case study we can make. I have already started working with many colleges and they have formed a group of students who are working for their own college. So that is number one. Number two, then net zero water standard की हम जब मैडम ने बताया था, तो I am also going to present on net zero standard of Saraswati College day after tomorrow. So that net zero water standard is going to be a topic which I am going to talk day after tomorrow under this Harit Prem Mahotsav. Then you talk about a climate clock. Some students made up talk about climate clock, okay. So similar clock is there in Thakur College. Madam, I think we have seen. So I think this is an initiative, it's a good initiative taken by the colleges who have, I think you should come to know that what is climate clock and where till when we are going to be. So it's already alarming situation for the number of hours which is mentioned in even Thakur College also. Then decarbonization event, okay, Cool Conclave Summit. Lot of things we talk about green decarbonization. So the first summit also happened in Jaipur last year, and this year in July is going to happen in Indore. So it's a wonderful event which is going to talk about green conclave is going to happen in Indore. Then green jobs, अब बहुत सारी green jobs होने वाली है. Let me tell you, the green hydrogen की जो आप बात कर रहे थे, even in Gujarat also, Reliance is going to have one of the largest manufacturing plant of green hydrogen in Jamnagar. So lots of jobs are going to happen. Don't feel that AI आ गया तो job कम होने वाला है और बढ़ रहा है. You know, Adani, lots of things are happening in Gujarat, Adani port in Kutch districts. And okay, so now I will be talking about Green Student Chapter Excellence Awards. Abhi we have a student chapter, so all the students are from different colleges. Am I right? So recently we have announced this Green IGBC Student Chapter Excellence Awards guidelines. So why I am going to tell you at this time, because we have many of the students from different colleges. So these are the guidelines which I have already been sharing in our student group, our faculty group. But still I wanted to make you aware that you can be one of the winner of this particular award ceremony. So can you, next sheet. This is only 5 sheets, don't worry. So these are the criteria which has been mentioned over here. Participation, so the college who has renewed the chapter membership in current calendar year, current year, they are eligible for participating in this contest. So there are certain categories mentioned. So activity category, there are different points. I don't think last two batches are going to read. Is it? You can read it, last batch? No. Okay. So I'll read. So there are different, we have divided in different category, and according to the category, we are going to give the marks. So whoever are getting the maximum marks, they will be the winner of this. And this is a pan-India competition. So first of all, the awareness and capacity building, conducting guest lecture on green building and sustainability by external speakers. See, every line item is a value. Every line item is a point. So that will give you 15 points. So point will be awarded per session, minimum 2 sessions, 5 topics per session. Okay. So this is the first category, the first points which you are going to get. Organizing student workshops on green building and green practice. So you need to organize the workshop for the students, either architecture or engineering college. So that also you will be eligible to get some marks. Then webinars, seminars led by IGBC professionals. This is one of the activity, one of the biggest activities we are going to conduct over here. So, but after finishing every activity, you should submit the report along with the photographs and documents to IGBC. Yeah. So either Raja Reddy is the person, everybody, all the faculties must be knowing Raja Reddy, the other part of our Mumbai IGBC personnel. So Raja Reddy ko bhejna hai pura certificates. Then attending IGBC initiative student orientation program on green building by IGBC on 14 July. So abhi already hum log kar hi rahe hain program 14 July ko. So I am sure that students should participate in that event for getting the marks, 10 marks. Then green walk and talk the series, green skill. So any activity on a green walk or greenathon, a lot of things are happening in Mumbai also. So I wish the students also should participate and should get a certificate of that. Then tree plantation drives. In fact, tomorrow there is an event happening in AP Shah College at Ghodbandar Road. They are going to plan my session, plus they are going to have a tree plantation in Ghodbandar. So this is also one of the activities which you can conduct in your college. Conducting awareness about campaign or exhibition. Now, very important thing that this year, in November 2025, IGBC Mumbai is hosting under the leadership of Malaji, a Green Building Congress. It's in Geo World and November 2025. So I am sure that we will be needing student volunteers for that. And I am sure that your college will also as a part of this particular GBC 2025 for supporting and getting more and more knowledge about green building events and green building congress. We have we are also, very true, organizing Green Building Summit in the month of April or May, which are going to be part of the validation from our side, from IGBC side. So now there are certain bonus activities also going to happen. Additional points can be earned by participating in IGBC initiative activity. Green Building Congress, जो मैंने अभी आपको बताया, नवंबर 2025 में होने वाला है, जियो वर्ल्ड में, मुंबई में, बैंड्रा में. Then participating in national competition, 5 points. We are regularly conducting national competition, so there also you are getting certain marks. But every marks needs the documentation. So every activity should be documented properly, and definitely we have IGBC newsletter. So every quarterly we publish a newsletter, IGBC newsletter. So that also will be part of the event. And I am sure the entire day which we are going today, that will be also nicely reported and should also part of the newsletter which is going to come after 2 months. Then participate in national competition, as I said earlier. Green education courses. There are lots of green education courses conducted by IGBC. So I am sure that even FDP also we are conducting, faculty development program. So that is also part of such type of activity which is going to happen in your college. Then bonus point 2x points for the above listed activities of chapter participant during the World Green Building and HPB Harit Prem Bharat. This activity, HPBM is this activity announced by IGBC. So these are certain things which are additional credits which you are going to get. Then what the mechanism for reporting? Chapter must submit detailed report by 7th of each month, including evidence such as photos, attendance sheets and summaries. Report will be evaluated for authority and impact. Quarterly review by IGBC. IGBC will review the submitted reports quarterly and update the leaderboard based on the point earned. Competition assessment duration of first, Shilpa ji is here. She is very active. Pillai College, Pillai HOC College. So regularly every month they are conducting 2 to 3 activities. So I am sure now you will get more opportunity to conduct more and more program in your college and get the best award. Okay, next. So disclaimer, this is a disclaimer, of course. Next. So these are certain disclaimer for the logos of, to use of IGBC logo is not easy. I mean, you have to take a permission, use of IGBC logo. So permission required to use IGBC logo whenever you are going to conduct event in your college. Report cover, student chapter logo, report cover. So these are certain guidelines which you need to follow, your college needs to follow for this type of, these activities and these award ceremony. Next. So these are Aditya Sajja. We have mentioned the mail ID, name and person, contact number. Any queries there? Raja Reddy is there from our Mumbai IGBC office and CI office, CIGBC office. So we are always available for any query for this thing. But I am sure wish you all the very best for this. This is the first time we have started in IGBC under IGBC platform, and I am sure everybody should participate and try to get the best award for this. Thanks a lot once again for listening me. Okay.
A very passionate call for action from Mr. Bhavesh Mehta, who is the core committee member of the IGBC Mumbai chapter. And I'm sure all the colleges who are here wanting to start the new association with the IGBC Mumbai chapter under the student chapter section, they'll be excited to see that there is a host of events which is going to happen in this coming year. So with this, we come to our concluding segment. Before we begin the concluding segment, I would first like to invite our dignitaries. I would request our principal, sir, Dr. Professor Anand Achari ji, to usher our dignitaries on the dais. We'll have a short felicitation of our experts. May I request Anand sir to usher in Dr. Mala Singh. Mr. Malik would join us in a minute. He's coming. Yeah. And I would request the speakers to grace the dais, please. Mr. Padmanabh, Ms. Sneha, and Ms. Gargi. Sir. We're happy Mr. Malik is also here. Now may I request our principal, Professor Anand Achari sir, to felicitate Mr. Bhavesh Mehta ji. Thank you. Now I would request Anand sir to felicitate, please go ahead, to felicitate Mr. Padmanabh Subramanian. Now may I request Dr. Mala Singh to felicitate architect Gargi Priyamwada. And now I request Mr. Malik sir to felicitate Ms. Sneha Zagade. I would request all the dignitaries to please arrange yourself on the stage. We'll take a photograph. We'll take a group photo, sir. Let it be. Special pose. Thank you. Kabrani ji, thanks a lot for your most signature pose. Now I request Professor Dr. Anand Ansari sir and Mala Singh madam and Bhavesh Mehta sir to be here for our concluding segment for the day. We are moving ahead for the launch of the student chapter with the new institutions under the IGBC Mumbai chapter. I would request the students and faculty members of our VES Institute for Management Studies and Research to please grace the dais. VESIM, Institute for Management Studies and Research, VES. Can we have the student and the faculty? VESIM. So the student chapter is now been handed over to our VESIM. Department, VS, Institute for Management Studies and Research. Congratulations on this new initiation and new beginning, and looking forward for a wonderful future. The bright students from our Management Studies and Research Department. Thank you. Thanks a lot to the faculty and the students. Now, may I call our next institution, VES, Business School, Mumbai. VBS, Business School, Mumbai. Yeah. Management. Architecture and engineering. Yeah. So it's a wonderful moment. As Dr. Mala Singh is mentioning here, these are the first few institutions which are outside engineering and architecture departments who are being initiated as the student chapter for the IGBC Mumbai chapter. Please go ahead. Can I request the students to be a little bit ahead? Photo. So the student chapter has been handed over to the staff, the faculty and the students from the Business School, Mumbai, VES Business School. RTS, congratulations and best wishes for a very bright future with all the wonderful students of the Business School. Yeah, madam, please go ahead.
So first of all, congratulations, both the colleges, and we did their chapter launch through Anandji, your leadership. We appreciate in IGBC. This is, as I said, that these are the first category that apart from architecture engineering college, we are launching management and management category, I would say. Because we always feel that, for when we talk about green building movement, we always talk about, architectural design, we talk about engineering aspects. But very important is how to market green, how to manage green, which is very, very important. When you talk about sustainability management, ESG, whatever you heard from all the speakers, very, very important role the management students play, pursuing the business, managing the business, and in handling the technical aspects of the business, including marketing and promotion as well. So very, very important. So thank you so much. We can give you some sort of demonstration about the activities. Please pursue those activities and become a set pilot model to inspire others. Thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
We want a group photograph for everybody, na? After vote of thanks? Such a wonderful vote of thanks after every session. So मुझे एक story create करना पड़ेगा.
Yeah.
But I'll
So
try
please
to
go ahead,
articulate
madam.
that. Yeah, you can invite.
Yeah. So students and faculty, now we come to the concluding segment. I would invite Dr. Mala Singh here to give us the vote of thanks for our event. Thank you, madam.
So I was feeling, Mr. Mandar has given the vote of thanks, and he has demonstrated, each and everything so minutely after every session. I think you were doing that task already from the morning. But I'm just recollecting that summary that how could I demonstrate now myself to do the vote of thanks. So I always feel, you know, whenever we talk about green and sustainability, I think it's not just we are obliging anybody or we are basically something, it's not vote of thanks. So I don't use that terminology generally. It's something we are taking some pledge. We are, you know, charging ourselves towards some attributes which we are supposed to do now. From right now, where we are hearing all those expertise from the morning, their views, insights, but how do we see and how do we do the introspection of all those learnings and guidance and utilizing it in our professional life, career, in our day-to-day life. I think this is what the takeaway, you know, from such programs instead of vote of thanks. So if I just give you a quick summary, so it was overall very nice, and the most important thing was that it was in the remembrance of our Honorable late Shri Dr. Prem Jain, which was the most important, who was the Sutradhar of this movement, you know, in India. We are remembering him because yesterday was his birthday on 26th January. Even today, I'm speaking here and doing the leadership for Mumbai as a chapter chairperson, as a woman. I think Dr. Jain has played an important role in my life. And I'm the person as a woman, you know, who was introduced in IGBC by Dr. Prem Jain. So this is what I'm here today, and I have learned a lot in my last more than 18 years journey. It was his blessings, it was his mentorship and guidance. I have been, you know, able to serve myself for community because of him, because of his inspiration and insights. I'm just taking his light forward, and we are just all torch bearers. And coming to the Harit Prem Bharat, we are doing closing ceremony. So this Harit Prem Bharat. So we need to continue this journey, and every year we celebrate this event. We'll continue it next year as well. But this journey is not just a one-year affair or annual affair. It needs to be as integral part of our, you know, every moment of our life. The thought process has to be in our brain in such a way that we need to think like as a green brain or act like a green brain all the time. So green is not just color I'm talking about. It's about your eternal, it's about your environmental consciousness in all your actions, in all your things you do in your life. So this is what about responsibility. And I would say every speaker has done wonderful job from the morning. I also started in the, I am not appraising myself, but I did also something, I also tried my bit. And Sandeep ji also has given a very beautiful case study, because being an architect and engineer, definitely you people have got a lot of insights, I'm sure about that. Then Bhavesh bhai also talked about this competition, which is very important, and you people can participate in that. And of course, our three most, insightful speaking sessions from PJMT Talks, Mr. Padmanabh, Sneha, and I forgot your names. Yeah. So all of the three speakers have shared their professional journey with all of you, and their journey was amazing. And I think every time, we learn from each other. So everyone's experience is important for us to give us some more learning and more, we get more practical experience when we hear others. So their journey was in front of you. So I hope you must have got a lot of insights from that as well. And today's program was started with the Dr. Professor Anand Achari with his, talk about climate change and how he set the tone of the entire show. That was amazing. That was very, I would say, beautiful. And now I'm ending it. But I will not say I'm ending it. I'm making a beginning of it with all of your, passion, and hoping that all of you will manifest now. So this is a manifestation. You saw that Padmanabhanji has shown one slide. So that manifestation is not just, you manifest or you wish for something and you get it. It is about once you act upon it, once you contribute, you start doing that thing. So this is what the practicality lies about it. It's not just wishing something, oh, do something, I want that, I want that. I need to make myself capable, competent to achieve that thing. That makes your divine also happy. Then you get more blessings. With this, I would like to begin with the note that let's manifest for a greener earth, Harit Bharat, Prem Bharat, and let's continue this journey ever. I would say Harit Prem Bharat. Let's continue this journey. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shukriya.
What a befitting vote of thanks indeed for the event and the proceedings today. As the principal of host college, I would request Dr. Professor Anand Achari sir for the concluding note.
No program would have been successful without an effort of a large team. I would like to start thanking the management for making this provision of entire infrastructure, IT support. Along with that, our faculty members, right from Professor Mandar moderating the whole show, I would like to call them on the stage. Ajit Nirmal, Associate Professor, HOD for Diploma. Ajit Saurabh, Associate Professor, HOD for Diploma Architecture. Please, can you come up upon Nishant Samruddhi Falak, Associate Professor. They were behind the show, coordinating the whole thing. Along with that, I was surprised to see the faculty, a student warrior, green warrior, whom I informed them on, I think, Friday evening, that please make a presentation. Beautiful. I was surprised with the level of work they have done it. 3 cheers to them. Please do come up, along with student coordinators who were working for behind the show. Aryan, his team, the social media team, you still might have to be behind. Please come. Thank you. Come down. Also, the administrative staff standing behind Roshni More, who has been taking care of the whole arrangements, along with the other admin staff. The peons, please come down. Vikrant, do I see Roshni and Prashant, Vikrant, others who were involved? Yes, thanks to Kabrani ji for your beautiful pose you give and make us laugh. Thanks for this entire coordination, and also thank to all the students who were trying to hold on to their sleeps behind. And yes, I hope this has given you a direction. Probably the PM talk was more to inspire you. What would be your possible life journey which you would like to choose? And that's what VESCO has their vision and mission towards encouraging students to move in that particular need of the what the society needs. Thank you, the entire team. Can I request the guests also to join for a photograph with them? The Mala Singh IGBC chapter chairperson and Malik ji. He is the executive director who flew down from Delhi for this program. Bhavesh ji. I would also request after this photograph, VESCO students can come on stage for a group photo, and teachers. Malik ji, please, center mein. Ame bhaiya. Shilpa. VESCO students on the seating, 5th year, taken the backstage, can come ahead for some time for a group photo. Come down, Padmaja. Sneha. The 3rd years, third year students, please join for a group photo.
Sir, sorry to break rank, but no expression of gratitude will be complete without giving a big applause to our principal, Professor Dr. Anand Achari, sir. He forgot his own name. Thank you, sir, for getting this event here and giving us this opportunity. इधर से नहीं, इधर से जाओ, इधर से गिरने को होगा, गिर जाएगा उधर थोड़ा आगे भी था, थोड़ा उस साइड भी था, वो ऑन द अदर साइड, व्हेन गो ऑन द अदर साइड. विक्रांत इथे ने जागा देखो समोर, इथे पाठवतो मी त्याला, इथे भरले पुढे नाही, आगे जा, नक्षल आगे जाऊ. आजा यस सर, आप लोग नहीं दिखोगे, नहीं जाएगा सर, नहीं दिखोगे आप लोग दिखेंगे अभी तो उधर क्यों आ गया चलो सर, खचा के चेक करिए. हाँ दिखेंगे, हमारे पास खड़े हैं बस. हाँ अच्छा, वो किसको देना है लेकिन रिटर्न किसको करना है? To the attention of the students of other institutes, you have been given an identity card. There is a feedback form behind that identity card. Kindly fill that form and return the identity cards to the registration desk at the ground floor before you leave. Without fail, please. Lucky draw, yeah. There is a lucky draw for the feedback form. Don't forget. You will be receiving some prizes. मुझे बच्चों लोग को टेंशन नहीं, मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि वो फोटोग्राफर कहाँ से फोटो लेगा,
पीछे जाना पड़ेगा,
वो पीछे जाएगा, ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा पीछे। तो ये ऊपर वाले लोग ये तो बैठ गई उधर, उसको कौन देखेगा फोटो में, वो दिखेगा
नहीं दिखेगी।
Oh my goodness. Get ready, everyone. Be calm in your places. Take a deep breath and smile. So we haven't done much anything. The photographer is still on the ground. Thank you, thank you. With this, we announce the conclusion of this event. I request all the students to, in a row, please get out into the exit slowly.